I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. And the time is 5:31. Sorry, let me get myself organized. I thought I was, but I am not. All right, item 2, presentations. A, current statutory requirements and board policies related to School Health Advisory Council. And before Mr. Jimenez gets started, I just want to say that I know we've kind of talked about this in different meetings over the last few months. The intent of this meeting tonight is kind of twofold. One is really just to have a general discussion about the School Health Advisory Council, SHAC, let people ask questions, especially we have 4 new members, and even those of us that have been on the board for a few years, if there are things that we want to know and understand, know the legality, what our process is, the procedures, how it's made up, and just really have a discussion and let you ask questions. The second part of this will be to kind of dive into the policy and the bylaws a little bit more. Those are the following agenda items. So that's sort of the intent of this meeting, is to really, this is our chance to go through and ask questions, get some things decided if we can, and if not, discuss what those next action items would be. So with that, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Byer and board members. Today, really the purpose is to provide an overview on a particular law and some policies that all are relating to School Health Advisory Council, or SHAC as you know it. Before I get going, I do want to introduce a few folks that are here with me that are actually the PE Health Department, all 3 of them. First, we have Katie Steinhoff, who is a program coordinator for health. We have Mitch Knauth, who is the program specialist for PE Health. And then we have Brendan Turner, who is the program coordinator for PE. And they are going to be here. They're going to help with some more maybe granular type of questions that you all may have that I may not know the answer to, because they deal with this on pretty much a day-to-day basis. So they'll know some more parts of that. So we're going to start with TEC 28.004. I know many of y'all have heard this Texas Education Code. Back in 1995, Senate Bill 1 amended Chapter 28, and it added 28.004 to it. And this required the establishment of a local health education advisory council. And then over the years, there's been lots of legislation that has added to this 28.004. And most recently, in the 87th legislature, which was in 2021, we had House Bill 1525 that was added. And this really had a few changes to the SHAC public meeting requirements, just some logistical pieces there. Also, one of the parts that was on there was opting in for, parents had to opt in for sex ed, because previous to that, it was really, I guess, an option. Our district has been an opt-in since about 2004, but this time the law said you had to do it. And then Senate Bill 9, that actually came in the special session of the 87th legislature, and that one really talked more about the SHAC's responsibilities and recommending the abuse and violence prevention. So child abuse, domestic violence, sex trafficking, so on and so forth, that came in at that point. So I wrote on here board authority, because really the first 2 parts of Texas Education Code 28.004 really lays the foundations for y'all's charge as a board of trustees. The first part is the board of trustees has to establish a SHAC to assist the district in ensuring local community values are reflected in health education. So that's charge number 1. Charge number 2 is that the board of trustees is going to consider recommendations from the SHAC before changing any of the district's health education. So those are the first 2 points in this law. So after that, we start talking about, well, what's the SHAC recommending? I'm not going to read all of this to you, but a few things that you can see on here. SHAC is recommending the number of hours of instruction. They're recommending the appropriate grade levels and instruction for human sexuality and abstinence education, opioid dangers, and also abuse and violence prevention. You can also see on here, there's a strategy to increase parental awareness. So all those are what SHAC would recommend to you, or could recommend to you all. So the next part is appointees. Texas Education Code 28.004 states that the board shall appoint at least 5 parents to SHAC, and the parents need to be those of currently enrolled students that must make up the majority of SHAC. Now, I want to put this a little bit into perspective. We have 1,200 school districts in the state of Texas, and most of them are pretty small. Dr. Micah talks about this all the time, very small districts, right? So when we look at 5, that seems kind of small, but again, some districts don't have very many parents or very many students, so not very many parents. So it's at least 5, and again, the Board of Trustees can make a decision. We'll talk a little later on when we look at our BDF and our bylaws to see what our board has put in place previous to this. Board of Trustees may also appoint 1 or more persons from each of the following groups, and you can see them listed there: business, community, law enforcement, senior citizens, so on and so forth. So the law goes on to further talk about SHAC meetings, and it states that SHAC must meet at least 4 times per year. Last year and the year before, I believe we met more than 4 times, but at least 4. And then there's also some rules that are regarding, the 72 hours of posting before a meeting that you have to post at central office and at schools, about taking minutes, about either having an audio recording or a visual recording of the SHAC meeting. We do both. Then posting those onto the website. So we post our minutes, we post the audio or visual recording. So that's all part of the law. Yes, ma'am. This is all part of the law. I'm reading straight from TC 28.004. And again, these are the minimums. Schools, districts can choose to do more than at times, but these are the minimums that we have to do.
No, it's all good. We're fine. There's an extra chair over here. That's what the confusion is. Sorry.
All right, so on this part, this is a big part of what you all as a board work through, and it's really regarding course materials and instruction. There's 2 different parts of the law that I kind of combined in one area, because it's really, this details a process by which you as a board receives a SHAC's recommendation and then takes action on it. So you can see on here we have human sexuality and abstinence education. That corresponds, down in the bottom I wrote TC 28.004. E's is kind of talking about sex education, and then the Q's are talking about violence and abuse prevention. But the process is the same thing. The board adopts a resolution, 2 public meetings, and then the board receives SHAC's recommendation and takes action. And some of you were part of a process where this occurred already. You've seen this happen in real life already. So this is also part of our EHAA local policy, which we'll be also looking at. So remember, a lot of the law 28.004, we find that then in our board in your all's board policies also. So we'll take you to EHAA legal and local, and Katie, if you'll bring that other one up. So this is right from our website. This is EHAA legal, I believe. And so, Katie, if you will scroll up just a little bit, I just want to show, go down now, right, keep going where it starts talking about SHAC, right there. School Health Advisory Council. So a lot of the language that you see here on this legal policy is coming straight from 28.004. So you'll see the duties recommending, and it's kind of the same thing that I went through just a little while ago. And a lot more information. You can keep scrolling down, Katie. This gives you an idea of where this is from. So you'll find the same information in 28.004 and also here in this particular policy. So then when we look at what our district does, we're going to go now look at our local policy. And this is talking about, here's a process when we adopt curriculum materials, when the Board of Trustees adopts these materials. And you can see 1, 2, and 3. Board adopts resolution, 2 public meetings, recommendations. So it's the same thing that we just talked about. And you'll see that it's the exact same process now for prevention of child abuse and family violence, dating violence, sex trafficking. Same process, but now it's codified within our own policies. The next part we're going to talk about is our local, legal and local policy BDF.
And
Go
Mr.
ahead, yes,
Menace,
sir.
before you move on with that, EHAA is not going to be discussed tonight, but
Correct.
if you could just clarify that, and you'll probably say it better than I will, that EHAA is really outlining the process for those very specific items when it comes to human sexuality and dating violence prevention, those types of things.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
so, whereas BDF, which you're about to get into, really sets up the makeup of SHAC itself and
Right.
doesn't lay out the process of how to adopt those particular instructional
Right,
materials.
EHAA is more on the instructional side, and then BDF is going to be more on the governance side of things. That is correct. So as you can see here, this is BDF legal, and again, legal is coming straight from Texas Education Code 28.004. And so it's talking about the meetings again, at least 4 times a year, how we have to post things, the composition, that you have at least 5 members. And so all of this is legal. So you as a Board of Trustees did not change any of this because this is coming straight from legal. So Katie, if you'll go now to local. Now this is a policy that you all have worked on, previous board has worked on. And so this gets a little bit more detailed. So let's look at membership here. The SHAC shall have no fewer than 35 members and a maximum of 50 members. So y'all remember the law said at least 5. And now, as a district, we've said between 35 and 50 members in SHAC. So that's a decision that our board has made. There's more information about the actual, the actual selection, how that occurs. And one thing that's very important here, each parent, legal guardian, and community member selected by a board member serves at the pleasure of the board member who selected them. And I know that was something that we had spoken about previously. The last iteration of our board spoke about that. And so, again, just more details about how SHAC runs in our district. We've got the 4 membership categories here: parents, community members, district employees, board of trustees. The organization within SHAC, a chairperson, a vice chair, meetings, how they're held, standing committees, on and on and on. This is just looking at the law and then making it a little bit more specific to our district. The next part is now our exhibit, BDF exhibit, which actually is our SHAC bylaws. And now here, we get very detailed about pretty much how our SHAC runs and the operating system for it running, and how it's controlled and how it works. And really, bylaws are there to try to avoid any kind of confusion. If we have confusion about something, we should be able to go to our bylaws and find the answers to questions that are there, that we have. Any questions about legal, local, and the exhibit for BDF? Okay. We're here to answer any questions that you may have about these policies, the law, or the exhibit.
Well, and we're also, since they're agendized items, they may have questions that may have to wait until.
Yes, sir.
that
That's
time
true.
as well.
Not on BDF,
So.
that's correct.
Anything else? I would like to, if we can, talk about the makeup of SHAC and sort of the standing committees and sort of what that looks like for the new members, if we can have
Okay.
that part of that discussion as well. And
So-
kind of what just the general process of how we make a decision or how a recommendation ends up coming to the Board of Trustees in general. I mean, it doesn't,
Okay.
we don't have to. have
Katie, I'm going to
specific
turn this part
members.
over to you for the 4 standing committees that we have. So if you want to take it from there on that.
And I know all this is in the bylaws and that type of thing, but,
So there's 4, as of right now, the makeup is 4 standing committees, and classroom health and sex ed, physical fitness and, no, physical, fitness and physical activity, nutrition, and safe and healthy schools. And in the past, the way the membership was divided up was that there were 4 members from each, or there were 4 SHAC members from each board member, and they kind of decided amongst themselves which one of the committees they would want to serve on, each of those parents. And so they made a decision themselves to go out or serve on those committees.
Ms. Shelton.
There wasn't a
use
change.
your
Oh.
Microphone, please.
Why did that change?
There wasn't a change. I don't think I understand your question.
So you're saying there were each
There are
board-
4 committees, and
And
each
you-
board member placed 4 parents on the SHAC, and then each parent decided which committee that they would serve on.
Voila, parents. What about the community members that board members place on the SHAC?
They decided amongst themselves which ones. It's just evenly distributed out, all parents to all committees, and then the community members decided.
Can just choose a place.
Ms. Shelton, the board felt it was important to have representation from each single-member district in each of the different subcommittees for parents.
Yes, no, understood. And I would like to offer that we likely don't need 6 per board member. And so I'm just trying to understand, was it, historically, did we have 4 per board member and we changed it to 6? That was really my question that I probably didn't frame correctly. And I know we'll probably go through more, but I feel like we probably have too many people on the SHAC. And so I'm just trying to understand the rationale between each of us choosing 6 people versus 4 people, since there are only 4 committees.
May I say something? Ms. Shelton, when I came on the board, I found out that my district was wildly unrepresented, so was yours. And we had, in all the years of my district being involved in SHAC, I only had 1 participating parent in all those years. It was a situation that we rectified. And the reason why, that matter of fact, I don't know if you knew Terry Williams. Yeah, she was amazing. And we did an ad hoc committee, and she was on that ad hoc committee, and I was privileged to work with her along with Steve. And she's in this. We spent hours on this. She was the driving force, but behind the verbiage of what's in this work. And it's very difficult right now to watch, because she, oh my gosh, if you'd ever been able to work with her, she was brilliant. And she was amazing. I mean, just amazing. And that makes this very difficult, that I feel like it's being torn apart right now. And we had made that
Well, I don't think
decision.
anybody's looking to tear anything apart at this point. Right now,
I'm
the
just
question
asking
is,
a question.
I don't recall I honestly don't recall what the previous makeup of SHAC was before we went through this change, but was it 4 years ago? We went through
Okay.
this update that you currently see now.
Got it.
Which has 4 parents, 2 community members per
Okay.
single-member district.
Right, and I can tell you.
Yeah, prior to that, I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head. But yeah.
Part of the, as Mr. Jimenez said, part of the rationale was we wanted each of the committees to be represented by a member, a parent from our district, because the law does require a majority. But it also was prudent for us to put community members in there. And I think we kicked back and forth between one community member to two per trustee. And there was some math that went into it. And I remember Ms. Grona had done some calculations. And for balance, we selected two community members per. So that was kind of the rationale behind it. But at least to have a parent represent in each of the committees, which I still feel is important.
And were we successful with that? And I don't want to get us off track. Is this
No,
a
and
discussion part?
Well, this is a discussion about SHAC in general, and so I think we're there. We will have, one of the other agenda items, we'll get into the specifics about the bylaws themselves and the policy. But if you have general questions about the bylaws or the policies at this point, I don't know how that looks with a question, but
I'll hold it.
if you want to hold it for now, that's fine.
That's what made
Yeah.
Mr. Byer,
Absolutely.
so I'm remembering this, the math to Ms. Landry's. It was 6 times 7, the 7 of you made 42, and that left 8 positions, or up to 8 positions from my staff that could be on that committee to be no more than 50. That was the decision point. Because at that point, if you'll recall, there were a lot more than, I think there were like 13 or 14 staff members that were on SHAC. And so when we discussed, we realized internally that we didn't need all those folks on there. So we started trimming it back. And then you all came to the 6, which was the 4 parents, the 2 community members, to give you, to Ms. V's point, some representation across. That's where the sticking point was really about. It had to be because if you, for those of you that were here, we talked about magnets and people with students that were attending a magnet, but that they didn't live with residing in that SMD, which is what was happening with Miss V, is people were placed in SHAC from the schools that were servicing Lee, but they were students that were in magnets from other parts of the area. So her SMD was not represented. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'm listening to myself and I'm trying to make sure I understood what I just said. But that's how it happened. So to your point, to your SMD, Ms. Shelton, you have several magnets as well.
Mm-hmm.
What was happening sometimes are people were being placed on your SMD roster, but they didn't reside in your SMD. They were residing somewhere else in the district, but attending Roosevelt
Got it.
or attending Ed White or attending Kruger, but they didn't live in SMD.
Got it.
So that was a lot of discussion around those people shouldn't just be about where they go to school, but where they reside. And so if there was somebody that was attending Roosevelt High School, one of the magnets there, and they lived in Miss Landry's piece, that they could be put in touch with Miss Landry through the application process, then she could interview and decide
Understood.
whether she wanted them to serve for her.
And there was no, that people would appoint folks from magnet schools for various reasons. It wasn't anything malicious. It wasn't anybody trying to stack the deck or anything like that. It's the people that you either know or reach out to, or community members who are interested in volunteering. And so I think that's how we got to that point.
We're going to come back to it.
Yes, we'll be coming back. Any general, I guess, any questions
I have
about,
comments, I don't have questions.
okay,
I'll wait until-
that's fine. About the policy and bylaws or about SHAC in general?
No, about the number.
Okay, then we'll hold that for now. Any questions about the legal requirement? I also forgot to mention that Mr. Lopez is here to clarify any legal questions that we might have through all of this. But is there any other questions for Mr. Jimenez or Katie or
I
anybody?
have a legal question.
Yes.
Okay, I ran across something really strange today when I was trying to pull up from that deal that they sent, Yvonne sent us, where we couldn't get into it unless we had a password. We couldn't get in to see the agenda, we couldn't get in to see the minutes or anything. I know, this is what I got. And I was concerned about that we were breaking the law somehow because it wasn't like an open book. You just couldn't go in and get what you needed. So I was concerned. I went back on the SHAC page, and if you look in it and you click on those links, they'll take you to that page right there where you actually have to have and I was very concerned about that, so I'm glad to see you're here.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure
It
out.
appears it's access to the Google Drive.
Oh, there's a Google Drive, yeah. I mean, the information that is required to be posted publicly about SHAC, whether it's the minutes or anything like that, the audio-visual recordings and all of that, that has to be posted. It really doesn't need to be behind that kind of wall. But I don't know if that's just a technical snafu that needs to be fixed. But no, I mean, that information needs to just be out there.
Okay, I wanted to bring that to your attention because I was very concerned about it,
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I'm not
And it was multiple links on that page, on that SHAC page. It was like it was locked off. And so I was very concerned. So thank you for fixing that.
And I guess,
So that needs to be corrected, because that's obviously certainly not the intent. So,
and Katie, for the benefit of everybody on the board, with the notes and the videos and all that, when are those generally posted, or how soon after a meeting are we able to get those usually posted?
I'll clarify with Mitch, because he's usually the one that does that, but very quickly.
Yeah.
Hopefully this works. Within 10 days is a legal requirement. When Jason gives us the video, we try to post it that day or within 24 hours of receiving it, and we usually have it from him within 72 hours. The minutes, again, within the 10 days, if not 72 hours. Mrs. Vettial, to your point, we moved all that information from the PEH staff drive into a dedicated shared SHAC drive that the Katie and Brandon can't get to. When it's the PEH staff drive, they're in it, but over the summer, we created a dedicated SHAC drive that they can't get into in their position as PEH staff. They would only have access to their subcommittee folders and the SHAC general folder. I will work on correcting those links. The changeover is what caused y'all to lose access to it.
I just didn't want us to be in non-compliance or something like that, so.
Yes, ma'am.
That's scary.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Mr. Jimenez or others at this time on this particular item? All right, well, and if there are things that come up, we can have that discussion. So this time we'll go item 3, excuse me, new business for possible board action. A, discussion and possible action regarding board policy BDF. And before we launch into this, I know we've been trying to kind of follow the Robert's Rules of Order where we'll make a motion second, then have discussion, and then have I think in this particular, for these 2 items, it's probably best to have the discussion and then go through the process of making a motion a second and taking action at that point, if we decide to take action. The other options on the table are tabling the item or whatever we want to decide. But I think in this particular situation, it would be best to go through that process for this meeting. And also, in full transparency, as we go through this, obviously you're going to realize, if you haven't already, that we are currently out of compliance with our own policy and bylaws. I just want to make sure that was said while I'm here. I take responsibility for that at this point because of the new membership and of the budget discussions we've had to have and accountability and all the other things that are also important. While this is important, I have felt with a very new board that we need to take the time to get this discussed and make sure everybody's comfortable with it. The SHAC came to us with their recommendations. We have heard that at one point back in June. But I want to make sure that we are going through this. Everybody's able to ask their questions. We have folks that are now a little bit more familiar with where we are, what we're trying to do. So this was no purpose other than to give everybody time to digest the information, understand what it is, and then we can get ourselves back on track. So with that, my suggestion, if everybody's open to it, we'll start with the policy, and we can either go section by section, or we can, if people have comments, I'd like to try to keep it somewhat orderly if we're able to. But if there are questions or comments that folks have, I want to be able to have that open discussion with everybody while we're up here at the table. So, Ms. Villarreal, do you have a question?
I want this in the record. On March the 19th, there was a SHAC meeting held. And I sat there and watched the entire meeting, and I was frankly appalled. This document is a leftover from a very toxic board. It is a direct attack, and if you guys go back and watch the meeting on March the 9th, or excuse me, March the 19th, 2024, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. The reason why they don't want a board member in there is because I was asked by Steve Hilliard to sit in his space because we had one of our SHAC members being bullied in the meeting. So he asked me personally, could I please go sit in this meeting? I sat there very quietly. I had someone that was very confrontational. They asked me why I was even there. And I let them know that I was there on the request of Mr. Hilliard. And I just sat there. I kept my mouth shut, did not do anything. And then later on, this request that board members not be allowed to attend a meeting is a direct result of that. And when I watched this, what I saw was a SHAC that's gone rogue. And it's also a direct attack on some of my SHAC members and also some of Marcia's SHAC members. So this introduction of this, in my opinion, is just more of the same toxic, noxious mess that we abandoned when you guys were put on the board.
So first of all, we're
The new one where they're trying to eliminate,
First of all, we're discussing Policy BDF at this point. We are
and that's
not-
what this is, where they're trying to
No,
keep
no, no,
us
no,
out of the.
no. We are talking about policy local BDF. That is the policy, not the bylaws at this point. Right now,
Oh, sorry, I apologize. This has been.
And so we'll get to the bylaws shortly. But I guess what I'll start with is, obviously I was part of this, and as we kind of learn and grow and adapt and kind of understand how our policies get put in place, I guess some of my concern is that with policy, local policy BDF and the bylaws being so closely intertwined, I think when the recommendation came to us in June from SHAC, I think Ms. Landry and I both agreed that, oh, wait a minute, we also have to bring the policy because we can't really do one without the other. So my suggestion in this is to look through the policy and make sure that we're not being too prescriptive where we don't have to be, because we do have bylaws that can be the detail and kind of the regulation that implements. It's sort of like the state makes their legislation and their laws, and then the TEA comes in with their regulations that then get into the more specifics of it. And the reason for that would be to allow the bylaws to kind of act as the day-to-day operation of this thing. And it's going to come to us at least once a year. That's what we currently say, that we need to look at these at least once a year. And so therefore, if we don't have to bring them both and run the risk of having conflict between the policy and the bylaws, I would suggest that we look at any language that might be, that BDF Loco should sort of bridge the gap between the legal policy and the bylaws themselves. And so where we have some very specific dates or specific numbers, I think my personal feeling is that it's more appropriate to have those in the bylaws and let the local policy kind of guide the framework of it and not get into the actual specifics of the number of members and some other things of that nature. So I don't know if anybody else has some thoughts on that, but we can either go section by section and see if anybody has some comments or some thoughts, and then from there determine if it's appropriate to make the change or not make the change, or come back with a clean version, or however that's going to be. So, so for example, on the very first part where we talk about membership, where it says the SHAC shall have no fewer than 35 members and a maximum of 50 members, in which at least 51% shall consist of parents, legal guardians of current students in the district. One of my suggestions would be to say the SHAC shall have members in accordance with the adopted bylaws, in which at least 51% shall consist of parent, legal guardians of current students in the district. And then again, when we talk about the bylaws, we can have that discussion about actual membership. But then what happens then is if we change the bylaws, or if we decide we don't have to keep bringing back this policy.
Right.
So that would be one of the things that I might recommend for discussion. The other is where we say the complete list of SHAC, in the next paragraph, the complete list of SHAC member appointments shall be formally approved in a public vote by a majority of the board at a duly called board meeting in the fall semester of the school year. And some of that gives us flexibility to decide what that might be. Ideally, we try to have it at the same time of the year, but if we aren't able to convene to talk about it, if we have something else that comes up that we need to talk about, I want to have the flexibility to be able to, if it's not right away in the August meeting, then maybe it'd have to be in the October meeting or the September meeting. Try to keep it as consistent as we can, but not lock ourselves into a specific date if we have to move things around a little bit. What was the other one? Community members. Again, I think we want to, when we go down to membership, the 4 membership categories, it's parents, legal guardians, community members, district employees, and then board of trustees. And as I was reading through this, I think there are some language of the community members that have come up, and again, this is where we have to maybe back off a little bit and let the bylaws state what the specifics are for that community member. I had some notes and I crossed it out, so I apologize. Because I changed my mind and it doesn't make sense anymore. So trying to keep it as general as possible, to say they must be 18 years of age, they must reside in the NEISD boundaries, but try not to get it specific to much more specific than that. And obviously then it sounds like there might be some discussion about the number of community members, but really trying to move all that to the bylaws so that we're not necessarily pigeonholing ourselves in the policy and have to keep making sure that these two things coordinate with each other. Yes,
So are
Ms.
you
Chisholm.
saying it should say the SHAC shall include district employees, as is number according to the bylaws or something, so that the bylaw says the numbers. So you,
I think so. I think that's where I'm
Okay.
going with all of this, is really trying to make sure we don't conflict with each other on these things.
so if we change it in the bylaws, this is going to be general enough that we don't have to go back to the policy.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It's sort of what we do with some of the other policies, is that
It
we
is.
want to try not to tie things that are either regulations or other items that then force us to have to bring all these things back together at the same time.
So can I just, so the.
Yes,
the-
absolutely.
Just so I understand, local is more the parameters, but then the bylaws go specific to descriptions or definitions or numbers.
That is my suggestion after reading through some of this.
So that's going to require some changes in this. So how are we mechanically going to go about that tonight?
Well, there's two ways we can do it. We can either go line by line, or we can come up with a draft that can come back to us at the
And pass
whatever
it
the
in
next
October.
meeting is. And it's either October or whenever that becomes, whenever that comes to us. And I know with some of the, again, I'll admit some of the confusion about what we were going to be discussing tonight and what documents were coming forward, we have that opportunity in front of us. So I'm open to suggestions on how comfortable everybody is in moving forward with going through this, or if you would prefer to see an actual clean copy of some recommended changes. We can take notes about what everybody's ideas are, try to consolidate that and bring it back for a future meeting if needed.
I think that that's best is for us to submit our recommendations, because as we know from past, we could be here all night trying to, and then we get confused and was that part of this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, as opposed to the bylaws where we actually have recommendations we can react to, I understand in the policy we do not. So I guess my bigger question is, do people have a hesitancy, or are they, obviously don't want to know which way you're going to decide on this, but is a general direction in trying to back off of the policy a little bit so that it becomes a little bit more flexible? Because that could potentially give us some, what are people's thoughts on that, I guess? is
I'd like to
my
see it more
question.
flexible. I'd like to see those hard numbers gone, where it says for a total
35
of
and
14 or 35 to 50,
But clarified in the bylaws.
but clarified in the bylaws, correct?
So anywhere there would be numbers, we would refer it to the bylaws, is what I'm inferring from what you're saying.
It's my understanding that we do need a defined number because each of us are responsible for putting X amount of people in X amount of categories. So I think it could get way out of hand if we don't put a cap on it, or.
I think we're not saying we won't put a cap, we'll
Right.
just put it in the bylaws. And this will say, as is delineated in the bylaws.
Understood.
That way, every
I know.
time when we amend bylaws, we don't have to keep
Deli-
going back to
the
this
policy.
Gotcha,
document.
understood.
Because
That
I do
makes
want to talk
sense.
about numbers, but if we're going to do that, we're going to wait and talk about them in the bylaws. Is that
Right.
right? And as I understand it, are you going to create a draft for us?
Well, that's part of what we can decide, I guess, now.
I think what's worked well in the past is we've each taken a clean copy and kind of gone through and struck through what we want to see changed and made our recommendations, and then we sent them in. And I believe Ms. Turner took those and kind of consolidated them and then sent them out to the rest of the board. And then we had a mocked-up copy for the meeting. Because as I said earlier, it can get very confusing and very, oh, I wanted to change this, but you wanted to change that, and we want it to be something different, and so what did we decide on kind of thing, and it can go all night long. Which is why we had a committee in the past, a special committee that consisted of Ms. Villarreal, Mr. Hilliard, and Ms. Williams to actually work through some of this, because it can get very complicated. I do want to add that I like the idea of being able to make changes to one without having to continually update the other. However, I think we need to be very careful to ensure that we have the one with the other anytime we make changes, because there will still be some things, even at the TEC level, that we have to make sure those lines are crossed and everything's, so we're not going to get completely away from having the policy with the bylaws.
No, and I understand that. And I think similar to what we discussed years ago was really, because I think there were some things in that policy that we were basically restating what the education code said. And so we were able to go back and say, as per Texas Education Code 28.004. And so that way it alleviated a little bit of that burden of looking at every letter, and we could just say, we'll refer to the education code. And so I think my intent with bringing this up is to say, is there a possibility of doing that between the bylaws and the policy themselves, or the policy and the bylaws, so that we're not, I agree, we're still gonna have to bring some of this back, and it's always prudent to have it with you while we're looking at the other one, even if we're not gonna change it. But to really try to alleviate that, the policy, and again, any potential conflict that might come up with it, so.
Do we need to vote on that, or are we just gonna agree?
No, it's a good question. If we talk about a process of providing some kind of comments that then are consolidated for us all to review, is that something that we can just direct, or do we have to vote on that?
Yeah, you can go ahead and just do it that way, because the language of this agenda was written broadly enough to give you all those kinds of options.
Correct.
So it's really, discussion and possible action on these in terms of however you all want to go about that. So it could be possible action to, for example, do exactly what you all are describing, where everybody has an opportunity to go through, suggest their changes, provide them to Ms. Turner, and then that all gets consolidated into a draft that gets sent out later for consideration. So that's certainly, that was the intent with having it sort of broadly like this.
Okay. And I think related to that, I mean, if you are fine with how the policy stands today, and there are no tweaks or changes that you are interested in, please report that as well. I mean, please send an email to Ms. Turner that says, here's what it is. So, timeframe wise, though, I would like to try to get those, what's reasonable for everybody, I guess. A week, 2 weeks, a month?
I wouldn't think any more than a week if we're going to have it prepared for the next board meeting, right? Is that doable for everybody?
So I need at least till Wednesday of next week.
Which is the second?
Week. That works. Because then we have to pass the, let me second, I can't start this until Sunday
Sure.
or Monday.
Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay with that? Okay, so what we'll do is for BDF local, any suggested edits, please send to Ms. Turner by the end of the day. We'll say 5 PM, August 2nd. October 2nd, thank you. And then that way, then she can compile those, and we'll see how that document, and if everybody's okay, I can work with her to at least figure out how it's formatted, not touch anybody's comments, but just, we may have to do a situation where we're keynoting people's comments or something, but I can work with Ms. Turner how that looks, so that if we have multiple comments on the same section, it's organized and we can see how that is.
So are we only looking at BDF local and not both the bylaws and BDF local?
For this agenda item, we're looking at BDF local.
We're going to do
There may be
bylaws.
there may be another
tonight.
discussion here shortly about
Oh,
bylaws.
okay, because I was gonna say,
Yeah,
done
yeah,
Saturday.
yeah. So, well, now that you say that, well, I don't know what the next one's gonna look like. So we can, for now, say October 2nd for the BDF local. If you get it before that tomorrow, that's great, but just any time between now and October 2nd would be helpful. And then we'll work on how that gets formatted so that everybody can see clearly what the different thoughts are on
David,
the
can I
different
ask,
sections.
what's the easiest
Yes.
way, Peggy, for you to, do you write what the line was and what you want it to be? Or what's the easiest way to send you any changes?
I guess that.
Just what the line was and then,
Yes, what the original text is and then your change.
Okay.
Or your recommended change.
If I
Okay,
remember
thank you.
correctly, we had a specific format that we used. and,
Well,
like,
so that's why I say, I
We
think,
highlighted a certain
think-
color, that way it was very, very clear. And so we struck through the text and then added the text that we wanted, so it was very clear. And then I think, Ms. Turner, you highlighted it in different colors and presented it to us with the name of the trustee.
Do you all know how to use track changes? No? Okay, all right,
no, Word doc, because you can,
that's okay.
because those, from the website, you can download it as a Word document.
You can download it as a Word document and then just hit track changes, and then it'll redline all the changes that you make. So, Ms. Landry, it would obviously show what you're crossing out and then what you're replacing it with. And that's an easy way to be able, I think, for Ms. Turner to be able to synthesize those changes. And then there can be color coding to say which one, which trustee supplied what or suggested what change for consideration later. And of course, those changes that you all have, I just want to remind everybody, should go directly to Ms. Turner, not amongst yourselves. Okay?
Correct.
Those need to just go directly to Ms. Turner, and then she'll synthesize and send it back out for consideration. But it's important to make sure that y'all are not sending them to each other, because that can create a walking quorum situation. So definitely just send your changes to Ms. Turner.
So whoever is able to use track changes and is willing to learn track changes, then use that, please.
Ms. Turner, are you going to be sending this to us in Word? I can do Word.
Can you,
Yes, I can send it to you in Word.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle?
Just for making life easy for you, Ms. Turner, if we each do track, and Mr. Lopez, maybe you can answer this, well, probably Ms. Turner can answer for sure. If we each do track changes on a document, they won't upload to the same document. Would it be easier for us to do like a Google Doc and do suggestions? Or, I'm just trying to think of, and I may be overcomplicating it, but she's gonna have 7 different documents with track changes that aren't gonna feed into one document. Or does it? I don't think it does, unless we're all tracking our changes on the same doc.
Well, but the danger is that if you're all tracking changes on the same doc, that becomes a potential deliberation. So we want to avoid that. So I know that it may take a little more legwork, but each of you need to send your comments or suggested changes individually, and then we'll just figure out a way to synthesize them. And it could be that, there's just going to be multiple changes to the same section.
Right.
And it'll just be something that you all have to sift through and see, whether you all are interested at any point in making the change once you come back together at a duly called meeting.
Right. I was just trying to help you out, Ms. Turner, and sorry.
Any other questions or comments about that at this point?
I do have one more comment.
Yes, Ms. Landry.
I just want to point out that the BDF legal is 3 pages long, the BDF local is 2 pages long, and that was a considerable effort to get it to reduce to the 2 pages, and the last time we changed it.
It was a lot of work, yes. A lot of work.
I have them both 2 pages.
All right. Any other questions about this item? Okay, so I think we have our marching orders for item A with the Policy BDF. If nothing else, we will follow back up with this as we go. Item B, discussion and possible action regarding school health advisory bylaws. All right, so we were provided recommendations from the SHAC as required by the bylaws, where they provided their recommendations. They're supposed to come to us yearly, at least yearly, and so we were presented those on June 10th. They just it was a general discussion and presentation. There was no action taken. Tonight, we have it as possible discussion and possible action for things that have been recommended, whether we agree with them, don't agree with them. They've put some work into it, so I think we owe at least the discussion about, for sure, several that and there were a couple of sections where they left it up to us to discuss and decide. Looks like there was some votes taken on different articles. So my suggestion would be to just go article by article on this, and discuss whether or not we agree with some of these items, and we can, again, either take action, take no action, table, however that looks this evening. But since it has been presented to us once, and we have the recommended changes in front of us, I'd like to have that discussion as we go. So.
One question, since we are tabling the recommendations for the policy, and the bylaws directly feed into the policy, and we don't know what changes are potentially going to happen with the policy until we make our recommendations. I hate to kick this down the road, but I don't think it's prudent for us to talk about and approve recommendations if we're going to change the policy.
That is a fair statement. Ms. Shelton, you had a comment, question?
That was my question. If the policy feeds into the bylaws, we could approve all of this today, and right?
Sure.
Theoretically, and then when we make our changes, we also then have to make changes to the bylaws. I agree with you that I think we do need to give some credence and some time to what the SHAC has put before us. I don't know that we don't layer that into what we end up giving Ms. Turner, though, so we have one conversation about it. Otherwise, we end up having two. So that was my thought.
So I'm uncomfortable writing my draft of the policy if there's a comment that says, as stated in the bylaws, and I don't know what's stated in the bylaws.
So the bylaws were linked in that document that Ms. Clauser sent us, I believe, on September
Right.
20th. And
But
then,
that's a proposal by this SHAC committee.
and then
Ms.
the
Valriel.
proposed changes are, and so I would recommend, as we're making our recommendations, that we use the draft bylaw change recommendations as a guide and consider both at the same time. And again, we could do that tonight, but it's been known to take us many hours, which is why we had a committee before.
But why wouldn't we, and I may be getting ahead of myself, but I thought we were going to propose, since we're going to do with BDF local, then we would also make recommendations to the bylaws. They will probably be layered on top of what's already being recommended. But Ms. Chidgey, to your point, if we're recommending some, at least in my head, when I look at the bylaws, which I'll look at first, and I'll make recommendations there, but then I'm sorry, that's wrong. When I look at BDF local, which I'll do first, and I say, for example, membership will be set up as is described in the bylaws, then I'm going to go to the bylaws and I'm going to make my recommendation of what membership should look like. That's how it's playing in my head, and I don't know, I'm not sure as I read one if the other, the answers will already be there, but I do think that we owe the 50 people who worked on the recommendations, like, we do need to look at that as well, but we're going to have to do the other.
One thing I would recommend, I would recommend that you guys go in and review this YouTube video of the SHAC meeting that was dated March the 19th, 2024. And the spirit in which this was proposed is, shall I say, I'm skeptical It seems more targeted. It seems more as an attack towards board members, an attack towards SHAC members. And so it was a direct reflection of the environment in which we were creating as a board at that time.
So for that reason, I did know about that, didn't see it like you did, but I attended the last SHAC meeting, I think it was the last one in May, and had concerns. It took, I didn't time it, but probably 30 to 35 minutes to approve the minutes. And so, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know that that should have any play on our opinions for these bylaws. I think we should move forward and act upon them as we see is the right thing to do, whether it's to agree or to disagree or to have good conversation about it. But, I mean, I don't think we scrap it. I think much of it is the same as the old ones, but there are some details that have been changed, and that's where I think we have our conversation and make our changes to the draft and so forth.
I agree. I'm all for change. I think it's good. I think you can always improve. It's a living, breathing document. I love that. But I think that anything that is designed, and we know in its spirit, is designed to be used as a weapon I don't like that. I don't think that reflects, again, because I think we all work as a, cohesive unit, and I want to keep it that way. I don't want to bring any of that old, nasty toxicity to this board. And I certainly don't want it to reflect on our members because from what I witnessed and my understanding and what I saw, it was non-functional. And I think that message needs to be sent to all the members that are sitting on there that we're a unified board, and we're not going to stand for that they need to work together, and they don't need to be toxic, and they don't need to be attacking the members on the board that they're sitting on. And they also need to understand that they serve at our pleasure. They are not an independent, we can do whatever we want to, and, the board is just incidental in their lives. So that's what, I'm sure, I looked at it, there were just a few points that I felt like were, after looking at this March 19th video, that were extremely targeted. It was so obvious. And the Snickers, and we all know what happened, and all of that. It was very targeted. It was very distressing.
Can I ask, so if we kick this down the road, at some point, what happens to the purpose or the effectiveness of SHAC? Like, I feel like at some point we have to get this process started. I don't know, and I watched that meeting, and I was at the last meeting. I was a SHAC member for a long time, so I understand what you're talking about, but I am not of the opinion that some of these things in here are targeted at certain things.
There's just a few things.
I think what some of these things are trying to do is to eliminate or get back to that those conversations and the good work that SHAC did for so many years. So my concern is, are we out of compliance? At what point do we, I have parents reaching out to me saying, did I miss the email? I don't know what's going on. And I say, I'm not sure yet where we are, so that would just be my concern.
Right. And as I discussed, or as I mentioned earlier, we're currently out of compliance with our own policy and our own bylaws. And that rests on my shoulders because I want to make sure that we all have the opportunity to get caught up and get it. So we're not out of compliance with the law at this point. We have to have 4 meetings a year. We can still do that. We're not going to run afoul of the law. That's not the intent of this, and the intent is not to stonewall anything and push things down the road. It purely is to make sure that we have whatever conversations we need to have based on some issues I know that have come up in the SHAC, based on learning and adapting and understanding where we are now, where we need to go, and keeping this committee, while it is an important committee, it is not the most important committee in this district. We have a lot of things that we have to deal with as trustees, and we cannot have this dominate every single meeting that we have at this dais. And I don't think it's necessarily appropriate. I think we have volunteers that are willing to get in there, do some hard work, roll up their sleeves, and if they disagree, they disagree. Ultimately, it's our responsibility to make the decision. They're going to provide a recommendation. So I want to make sure we have a good, clear process that is in line with what we're learning over the last few years about how things work, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, where we need to get specific, where we don't. Let staff do their jobs, and let our volunteers do the work that they need to do to bring us a recommendation. So, and I'm not suggesting that we have to go line by line tonight if that's obviously not comfortable for everybody, but this is a good opportunity to ask questions or bring up things that you see that might be helpful at this point. So, yes, Ms. Shelton.
So let me ask, if we go through, which I do think we need to go through tonight or another night, if we go through all of these and we vote potentially up or down on the 6 or so, well, it's more than 6, 10 recommendations they have, do we still have an opportunity, and I apologize, Ms. Thompson, I just see your lights on.
That's okay.
Do we still have an opportunity as we send our notes in to Ms. Turner to say, these are notes, as I've read again, that I would like to have added to the bylaws?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, these are documents that are created by us ultimately, and so they are to be sort of presented to us a minimum one time a year. We could have them come every month if we needed them to. I'm not suggesting that that's a good business practice. But my point is that we can bring it back at our request. Yeah.
But my question is not have the SHAC bring it back.
No,
My
no,
question is, okay.
We can bring it back. And again, so the SHAC is a sort of a advising body, I guess, if that's I don't know if that's the correct word or not, but they're there to represent sort of the community values, represent the parent aspect, the community aspect, and bring us recommendations. They do not approve or disapprove any actual policy or bylaws or curriculum, or they give us recommendations, and it's up to us to make the final decision. So.
I just wanted to say, and this was going back to what Diane said, I know you said to watch that March meeting, but I've never seen the March meeting, so I don't know what happened. And not that I don't want to know what happened, but I would kind of just like it to be fresh, not going backwards, right. And as I looked over our bylaws, I just, out of curiosity, started to kind of look at other districts around the state, and none of the recommendations that were made were crazy. I mean, they all sort of lined up with ISDs who are our same size, ISDs who are smaller and bigger. There wasn't anything I felt that was commented that seemed extreme.
Well, see, I'm looking at it from a different lens.
Right.
Of where we were and how it affected, it's like, Dr. Micah says, and what the other guy, our trainer said, when we sneeze, the whole entire district gets a cold. And I put that firmly, on how we were dysfunctional. But what was happening is that, and it even was said in the meeting, there was a comment made in that meeting that really just tore my heart out at the time, was that we don't want to be like the school board. Essentially, that was, I'm paraphrasing, because we were so dysfunctional. And so they were taking their cues from us. And so a lot of this, since I'm looking at it from that lens, and then when they were talking about it, well, we know what happened and ha 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 and everything else, it was definitely targeted because they were still working under that old system. And so a lot of this, I see it what it is for what it is. And that's why, you know, for example, you have to have, you know, they were recommending that you have to have the majority of the board allowed a board member to go in, and how uncomfortable they were when there were a bunch of board members at the back of the, you know, room making comments. And the only reason why I was there is a deterrent to keep one of the SHAC members from being bullied. It had turned so contentious. And so that's what I see reflected in this. And then it also made it so clear after I watched that video of how this came about and how they voted. So that's why and then also there again, as I said at the beginning, this was something that I had the privilege and the honor of being able to work with Terry Williams and Steve Hilliard, you know, in an ad hoc situation where, and then it came back to the board, and Ms. Grona and Mr. Byer, as brilliant as he is, went through and we went line by line by line, and we cleaned it up even further, and then we were able to compress it down so it wasn't so unwieldy. And but it really broke my heart when I looked at how certain people were being targeted. And I thought, we were out of control. So that's what I see.
When you say, I guess, this language is targeted at who? Targeted at us?
The
or
board
targeted
member,
at?
if you go through and you watch that meeting on March the 19th, it was very targeted towards the board members. They didn't want a board member, you know,
Board of
going
trustees,
in.
one of
Board
us.
of trustees,
Sure.
yes. Us, anybody going in unless we were invited by the majority of the board.
And I think
or
that was
the-
just for the standing committees, not for the entire.
Right, but this is
SHAC.
our, you know, we should have the, you know, to go see what's going on, and especially when we're getting frantic phone calls from, you know, SHAC members that are being attacked by other SHAC members, and then the way I was greeted when I went in there, because I went in, I sat at the back, you know, kind of at the back of the table, and just, you know, tried to make myself really small, and I had one of the members get very aggressive with me and ask me why I was there. Just, why are you here? Exactly, just like that. And I said, I'm here because Steve Hilliard asked me to come in. That was it. And I just shut up. I didn't say another word. And then right after that, then they started trying to rewrite the, you know, everything. So it was very targeted. And then, and to compound that, I have a very dear SHAC member. She's only missed, in all the meetings, she's only missed one, and that was because it was for a medical reason, just one. And they are frantic to get her off of there. And so then the language was written to try to push her off. And then she had a SHAC member that they actually barred at the door and said, you can't come in. They took it upon themselves to do this. And it was wrong. And it was a situation. And so things like that were going on. So to say I'm skeptical about this is actually really understated, you might say. So.
Well, and I'm not entirely sure how we have because unless you don't, part of this is cleaning it up because we did have some very unclear language about some specific situations. Now, as far as, there is no way, you get to place the people on the committee that you want to put on the committee. And I don't question your people, you don't question my people, but to get one particular member off, as long as they meet the requirements, there is no mechanism for SHAC to remove anybody.
Well, they're trying to change it so that certain members of, and these are volunteers, these are just like
Absolutely they are.
us. And these are people that, they're giving their time.
Trust
They
me,
could be
I-
doing a lot of other things.
Absolutely.
And, but they're literally rewriting the bylaws in order to get them removed. And that I find reprehensible.
So
I don't
about
agree with
the
you on that, but-
attendance, it says 3 consecutive meetings. I kind of think that's fair.
Oh, see, there's some of the language in here that I absolutely agree with you.
I don't think they should be allowed to miss 3 consecutive, because there's only 4
agree.
meetings.
I
so-
agree. But there's just some
so-
things in here,
Okay,
just
so
like
you're not
the-
referring to that?
No. I'm thinking, just things like, for example, the board member not being allowed to go to one of the committee meetings, especially when it's being requested, because there's a very good reason for it. And the fact that they're trying to rewrite it so that they can target certain people that are on the committee in order to get, it's just wrong. But everything, the other things, other than that, I mean, I agree. It was great.
Mr.
Can you,
Byer,
yes, ma'am,
should
please.
we just go ahead and go through
I would
it?
say, let's go through the.
And then we can
yeah,
go
and-
point by
Okay.
point?
And
All
if-
right, that's a good
That's what I was
idea.
about to suggest, because I was about to ask what specific areas she was discussing as that. So, and as we go into this, there are several articles that were unanimously approved by SHAC. And so, we do have the flexibility, and Mr. Lopez, if you correct me, we do have flexibility if there are some areas that we all think is appropriate, we can take it article by article and approve specific articles.
Yes, you can take this in whatever fashion you all want.
Yep.
I mean, just to keep it clean and easier, it might be better to go through each article, look at whatever's been recommended. You all can discuss it. If you're comfortable with it, you can vote to adopt the recommended change for that one
Yeah.
article.
Yeah.
And if there's articles, like let's say, and I'm just throwing it out there, Article 1, you're fine with, everybody can discuss it, that you can approve the recommended change to Article 1. Article 2, again, same process, right? If you decide at any point that you don't like any of the changes and you'd like to take those back, individually consider them, maybe propose your own, kind of like what you're doing with BDF, you can do that as well. You can do it article by article if you'd like.
And before we launch into that, Mr. Osborne in the audience, would you like to speak? I understand we had an error, a posting error. Would you like to speak, take your 3 minutes now, or wait until we're finished with, I'll give you that
I want
option.
to comment on what's being proposed, is nothing was published.
Okay. So I guess my question, would you like to go ahead and use your 3 minutes now, or wait until we're finished?
No, I want to wait till I have something to comment on.
Okay,
Thank you.
because it was our error, I wanted to give you that option, so. Okay, so with that, I would like to just take it article by article, and again, if there is language, the recommended changes are, we can take action on, or no action as we go through that if we want to. So, in Article 1, authority, there were some recommended changes that, I don't know if y'all want me to read these or not, but
I just have one comment on one of the recommendations, and I think you touched on it earlier, that the SHAC is a body that makes recommendations, and this indicates that instead of providing a recommendation that the board would vote on, it's indicating that the change would be presented to the board. And I think that needs to remain as a recommendation and not as presented.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think we're asking them to make the recommendations. They are going to present it to us, but I think keeping the recommended word in there is probably not a bad idea.
Can we make a motion to approve it?
Ms. Shelton?
Do they currently sign an acknowledgement?
They do not.
if we have them sign, are we creating work for someone? Or is that something that could be done electronically?
I believe we are in charge of what that is.
Okay, so we can, okay.
So if there is something that we need to, I guess, have them click, right, somebody will have to do some work to make sure that happens. It does not have to be.
Maybe just like on the first sign-in, there's a checkbox that says, check, I have
You
received.
can do that, and it can be part of just the sign-in sheet.
Yeah.
And so I think, yes, that would probably be the easiest way to do that.
Okay.
Sheet,
So
yes.
I move to approve Article 1 as presented, except with the correction where it says recommended. Keep that at recommended instead of presented.
So
Second.
moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Shelton. Any discussion about that item? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay. Article 1, authority passes, vote of 7-0. All right. Article 2, responsibilities. It looks like SHAC voted 24-1 to accept the Article 2 revisions, which included adding some language about referring to the Texas Educational Code, recommending policies, procedures, strategies, and curriculum appropriate. It looks like most of this item is just from the Education Code. So, and then I guess, item D is one where it says to direct the SHAC facilitator to inform the superintendent and administration in advance of submitting issues, concern, reports, and recommendations to the Board of Trustees rather than consult with the superintendent. The SHAC facilitator would be charged with basically just telling the superintendent of what those issues are.
So I do have concerns regarding striking B and replacing it. I think it's very important that we continue to have the administration engaged in what the ideas are from the SHAC. Most of the SHAC members are not people who have been working in schools and working with curriculum. And so it's very important for us to ensure that those ideas are realistic and feasible. And so striking that first sentence removes the middle, even though I know it adds to the workload, but it does remove, well, maybe in the long run it doesn't. It removes that consultation and that check of feasibility between the SHAC and the district as to what is potentially what is potential, and then again in D to direct the SHAC facilitator instead of including the administration is.
Yeah.
Isn't that why Dr. Micah has like 8 people on the SHAC? So that they can be a part of the conversation? They can't vote. No, they do vote. But they're not voting here either. Right here, it's just having the consultation. If they're, and just help me with my logic, if he has 8 people that are sitting on the SHAC, they should be, I mean, that's this consulting with administration, right? Are they not actively participating in the conversation and saying, that'll work, that won't work?
That might vary, but I don't know if Dr. Mike or Mr. Jimenez has a thought on that, whether we are asking staff to weigh in on concerns, if they're being used as a resource or being consulted prior to decisions being made. I assume that that's just a case-by-case basis, but.
I think it is case by case. I do believe that to be used as a resource, because to Ms. Landry's point, there's going to be some curricular items or whatnot that most folks may not be aware of, and it's getting some information from them. But they're really there as a resource to, and they may not be the right person. Maybe they're there to say, oh, I need to connect you with, counseling, and so I can be that liaison to help do that. So that may be another duty that they would have.
Do we know why that was struck in the first place? Why, does anybody know why?
And I hate to say this, but if you go to Ms. Villarreal's comment about the March 19th meeting, I think that's more indicative of this kind of change to silo and eliminate the other engagement and solely kind of run this as a standalone entity, really, which it's.
But the vote was 24-1.
Right.
Everybody, like some of these other ones, but
Right,
but this
everybody.
vote was 20, like almost all the people
All
voted
of
for
the
it.
people who were in attendance at SHAC agreed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just think sometimes you think, oh, that's more efficient, more effective, and you don't think at that higher level of what could be or what can happen. And that's my perspective. That's my perception of it, is that there should be an engagement between the administration and the superintendent, or at least somebody on staff, to ensure that we're doing that the recommendations are feasible. Oftentimes, we don't even know if they're feasible. We get recommendations that come to us, and if it sounds like a good idea, and yeah, let's do that. And without that consultation, I think we're missing an opportunity to ensure that we're just not having everybody run.
I would argue that that's line itemed out because that's happening already at the tables. People are sitting there at tables, having lunch, having the agenda, or whether they're on a standing committee, and you have that access right there during the meeting. So maybe that's why that item was lined out, but maybe also because it's then sort of supported again in D.
So,
Right, but in D, it says to inform instead of consult.
And so just to make sure that they included the education code section of it, right, as their responsibility, which is the responsibility of SHAC, all those things, all those fun activities down there, and that wasn't in there before. So maybe that's why that was taken out, because they thought maybe it was duplicated in D and they wanted to put in the education section piece of it.
Dr. Mike had a
yeah,
comment.
so, well, we're over here chatting, and look, full transparency, I was not on SHAC during this discussion. But when you read it, it's, I would say it's somewhat directing or deputizing in some ways the SHAC to reach out to myself or any administration regarding things. So that's like telling a volunteer, hey, here's people's number. You can just call them whenever you want. And I think that's the concern here, is we have people, right, on the that are in the SHAC, to your point, Ms. Shelton, that if any given point the SHAC committee says, hey, we need to consult with counseling, then those people would make certain that they reach out through my office or someone else for the next meeting that they come. You're sort of saying to volunteers, you have the authority to call who you want when you want. I'm not, and I think that's the heartburn here. Does that make sense? And I think what you're really wanting is for them to be able to consult, because to your point, Ms. Landry, you don't want them going down a rabbit trail that you shouldn't be going down, because that's not going to work, right? And I think that's what you're trying to stop. But I think this language kind of is not getting there. Because again, that's why there are people on there from my administration in that SHAC meeting, so that if the SHAC does not have something, then it's our job to figure out what it is and then make sure that they have it for their next meeting. So to go back to the last committee, right, Stacy, there was that health ad hoc. She was there just to simply listen, and then if they needed somebody, she reached out to Mr. Jimenez, and we made sure that they got who they needed into that meeting. Does that make sense? That's how it works. And so really that would be how I'd want SHAC to work, is just if they've come upon a problem and they're like, you know what, we don't have the right people in the room, that someone in there, whether it's a administrative liaison or whatever, says, hey, we'll reach out and make sure you have this the next time you're meeting. Because that suffices what you need. Correct? Yeah.
And so I'd like to say that we don't have to accept as it's written, and we don't have to accept as it was written. We can modify that in whatever makes sense to our board so that we don't run the risk of having a deputized SHAC that does whatever they think is okay. Not that we'd appoint people that would just run crazy, but we want to ensure that there's a tether there that ensures that there's a reasonableness check.
So is there some, oh, Ms. Shelton.
I have a question. To approve the district's coordinated school health program, subject to adoption by the Board of Trustees, that's always been in there? That's, okay.
Yes.
But they approve other things too before they bring it to the board. Why is that singled out? And I'm curious now as we get ready to motion on this.
That I'll need clarification
C?
on. Item C.
Article 2.
And I know legally, again, that's one of two things that we
Right.
they have to
But I
bring
guess
to
I'm
us.
curious why the other one isn't in here as well, because if it's one of two things that we have to do.
So
Well-
I took it as it encompasses the
That's why I
whole
was saying, I think it
program.
encompasses all of
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, understood.
that. Is that correct, Mr.
There is
Lopez?
E too.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
that's-
ultimately, they don't approve anything. They recommend to bring it to you to make a final decision. I mean, that's ultimately what the SHAC does. So, to say that they just approve with the insinuation that in and of itself becomes district policy is incorrect. It's an approval, or it's a recommendation that they vote on to bring to you. And then you all obviously are the final decision makers and policy makers for the district.
So item C, and I guess, Ms. Shelton, your question was more specifically, why are we specifically saying coordinated health program? And I think, as Ms. Landry pointed out, that encompasses
Right.
all of those things in the education code that they're supposed to bring
Got it.
recommended. But I would maybe suggest that instead of saying to approve the district's coordinated health program, I think Mr. Lopez is suggesting we do to recommend.
To recommend the district's coordinated school health program.
Right.
For board approval or for
Correct.
subject to board adoption
And,
or whatever that
and I
needs to
know,
be.
Ms. Thompson, you had I think a question before I wanted to clarify something. Oh, you're okay? Oh. And so, Ms. Landry, with item B, is there something that you might want to put in that place? Did you have any thoughts on how that might want to be worded?
I think the way it was worded is sufficient in my mind to ensure that there's a cooperation. I'm fine with just removing the strikeout.
Taking the strikeout, so leaving it as it was. Leaving it as it was. And I guess, I don't know, based on our discussion, if there's any guardrails we need to put in place so that we're not scattered, everybody's asking different questions. I don't know if that's sort of where that discussion was leading, but Ms. Shelton.
Can we do, and I guess this is a Ms. Lopez question, can we approve sections of the section?
You can?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
because that may be what we need to do here is kind of a vote one by one.
The thing I would offer on that, yes.
And then
Yeah.
on C, because I had a C change.
Right, well, we could approve everything except for B, if that's where everybody
Oh,
wants
okay.
to go.
Okay, okay.
That would be one way to handle that as well. Because again, I think in B, where we reference the Education Code 28004, but then we go on and list everything that's in the Education Code. And so I would, if that part of it were to stay, then I would just say fulfill all other duties of the Education Code 28004 and just leave it at that and not get into listing everything that should be in the code. So
Does it help on B to specify, I mean, who will do that?
to
Like, would
consult
that-
regularly.
yeah, would that be
Well,
the
and I think that's where I
chairperson's-
was suggesting,
yeah.
is there a, I keep saying a bumper, some guardrail we need to put in that
Could that be the
Well-
chairperson's responsibility or the,
Well, I was just going to say, with respect to the reference, so the list that was proposed here is really out of what is currently in 28004. But, you know, in terms of all of the things that are listed here, in terms of SHAC's various things that they look at, but remember that 28004 is always subject to change by the legislature come a new session.
right.
So, you know, this list, while current now, under 28004, could change after a legislative session.
Yeah.
So that would force you to kind of have to come back and update this every single time if there are changes to 28004. So rather than do that, having a reference to that statutory provision might make more sense, just leaving it as a reference to the provision, because then if there are changes made by a future legislative session, well, this already will cover that, because it's going to just dovetail with whatever the ledge decides to do with respect to 28004, if there are changes to whatever they want SHAC's doing.
So then can we strike B completely and say to hold regular meetings and fulfill all other duties as prescribed per education code? And then just strike B altogether, and then C becomes B, D becomes C, E becomes D, et cetera.
And Mr. President, if I may offer, if for the board's consideration, we could also put, instead of listing like that, we could put a hyperlink into 28004, so that when you're reading the bylaws, you would see it in blue and you could click on it and it would then immediately take you to 28004. That way then it's always taking you to the most updated piece without any action on your part.
Yeah. And overall, I think if we're going to do that, might as well just do it everywhere we reference a code or the
And
bylaws or
Ms.
the
Cox,
policy.
For your question about indicating who does that, under the officers, there's the responsibilities and engagement sections, so it's accounted for in there.
So, yes, Ms. Shelton, you had.
Motion?
you
Or are we
made-
not there yet?
I'll say, you're welcome to make a motion.
I
whenever you want.
move to make the following changes to Article 2 responsibilities. A will state to hold regular meetings and fulfill all other duties per Education Code, Section 28.004, with a hyperlink so that people can go directly to that. That B is stricken completely. That what is currently C, the verbiage changes to recommend the district's coordinated school health program for submission to the Board of Trustees. That D remains as shared with us by the SHAC. E and F also remain as shared with us by the SHAC.
Point of-
I have a
Second.
motion. Do I have a second?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
You mentioned, Ms. Shelton, D as shared with us by the SHAC, but there's like a lot of verbiage in there that's completely,
So D says to direct the SHAC facilitator to inform the superintendent and administration in advance of submitting issues, concerns, reports, and recommendations to the board. So my recommendation is that D, E, and F are just the way they go with each other. So their change is to direct the SHAC facilitator to inform. I want to keep that as is and strike consultant. So just as it's written.
Yeah. Ms. Shelton, may I just add in a little bit, just for the board's consideration? So over time, as you all know, the SHAC is your committee. The facilitator word, I'm personally uncomfortable with, because my staff, whoever that person is, doesn't really facilitate. That is why the first meeting, the SHAC picks a SHAC chair and a co-chair. And that SHAC chair and co-chair run meetings. The facilitator word, my belief, is that what it leads to is when there's disagreement among those volunteers, they go to my staff member to mediate. That is not their role at that point. I would recommend to you all to direct the administrative or the SHAC administrative liaison, because that's really what they are. They are a liaison between your committee and my administration. They are not there to facilitate those meetings. Really, all they're to do is work with the chair and co-chair to make certain that the agenda is posted in the appropriate place, that we do all of the administrative tasks, but we don't facilitate those meetings. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
No, that makes sense, and we probably should change facilitator throughout the bylaws. And so I'll make an amendment to my motion to use the verbiage for what is currently D, to direct the SHAC administrative liaison to inform the superintendent and administration in advance of submitting issues, concerns, reports, and recommendations to the Board of Trustees.
I have a motion by Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Thompson. Any further discussion on the item or clarifications?
Well, I do just have a question. Is that what you wanted? I thought
No,
Mrs.
I
Landry.
think that removes the connection, the tether to the administration, and puts us in a position of putting a vigilante on the SHAC to do whatever they see fit without a reality check, without a realistic expectation of can it be done and should it be done.
So are you wanting to not strike B? Or are you wanting?
I'm fine with the amendments that Ms. Shelton made, with the exception of the first line in B to remain or to be modified to ensure that that relationship between the administration remains as a consultant relationship without authority to dictate changes.
And you think the motion fits what you are wanting?
No.
That's what I thought. Is there a way we can amend it?
We can make a friendly amendment. Are you open to a friendly amendment?
I don't know, what are you gonna say?
Fair enough.
Amend your amendment to retain the striked verbiage in B and with the adjustments that you made for the remainder of the verbiage.
I'm not comfortable with the strike. I'm not comfortable with B. I'm not comfortable with what they've struck through, because it positions the folks on SHAC to feel like, or actually go and feel like they can go upstairs to the 6th floor and knock. It reads to me like go upstairs on the 6th floor and knock on their doors.
And
it feels like that's what we're saying.
I think because we haven't gotten to the specific responsibilities within the bylaws, that is kind of, it's kind of an assumption until you look at the actual responsibilities further in the bylaws, where it really indicates the positions that we, that are voted on by the SHAC. So when the SHAC meets, they vote on who's going to be the chair and who's going to be the vice chair and who's going to be responsible for these things. And then it kind of guides them on how to achieve these things that are written in this article.
And if that's the case, then we don't need B at all, right? If the direction is given to them at the end. If I read this and if I did not sit in this chair and I read this on our website, I'd be like, absolutely, I'm going to talk to Micah, right? Because it kind of gives that that sense of authority. So if later in here it tells you the roles and it tells you what you get to do, we definitely don't need B.
Well, and actually, the roles indicate how you carry that out, but B gives you that set for the SHAC as overall. So as an individual, you do not represent all of the SHAC. You represent a member of your community.
Right.
The entirety of the SHAC has the responsibility of ensuring that engagement. And this is striking that and saying that we no longer need to consult with administration. We just need to make our changes. We just need to tell them what to do. They work for us.
So I'm wondering, can we make the motion to approve A, C, D, or C had a change, D, or D had a change, but draft a different wording for B? That
Okay.
Well,
is,
Yeah, that would be a question, Ms. Shelton. So we have a motion and a second at this point. So we either can amend the amendment, or we can take action on the proposed motion at this point. It's really,
Yeah, I'm not going to accept the friendly amendment, as friendly as it was. But I am open to us here or somewhere else, if there's verbiage that we need to have. I just want to be really careful that we don't, because Dr. Micah has 8 people on the SHAC, and they're the people that are consulting with the volunteers. So and maybe I haven't put it together yet. I don't see why we need that verbiage. It hasn't come clear for me yet. So, sorry.
yeah, and I guess, I mean, I'll just point blank, is there a specific situation where we've had somebody go rogue? And I guess I don't necessarily see the mechanism to where they would be able to single-handedly make the decision for all 35 members of SHAC. And so I'm, I guess, curious as to, why we would need to keep that, if we can define it somewhere else in the specific roles and responsibilities.
Well, I think right now is, where and correct me if I'm wrong, okay, is because of what we're seeing in the current SHAC committee composition and what's happening inside this particular SHAC. And I think she's trying to put, am I saying this correctly? Because I think you're just trying to make sure that you're putting some guardrails up to say, hey, stay in your lane. Would that be correct?
To some degree, and as I mentioned earlier, there are times that we think something's a great idea and it's presented to us, and we're all gung-ho, and Dr. Micah's going, oh my gosh, I can't believe they just tried to do that. And there are things that are not feasible, and I think having this check in here to ensure there's a consultation, and to Mr. Jimenez's point, there are often times that there are staff in the room, but maybe not the right staff for the right change. And we need to make sure that we have that balance where the consulting is being done of the right people to ensure that we can make the changes that are trying to be made without throwing everything off the track. Without, let me speak your language, without costing the district billions of dollars.
I just feel like
Go ahead,
the 8 staff members, I mean, there's no way we could ensure that the person that we need is in the room unless it were that one person, And so, I don't know, I don't think that we need it. We have the 8 people. That feels like, and they come from, I was listing them, I guess, yesterday. Like, they come from a whole from health, from PE, from counseling, so I feel like we have adequate representation from all of the players that may be needed.
I mean, as I asked before, could you, as a compromise, could you list, could that be your responsibility? And I don't know if I don't think it's really written out specifically in the responsibilities, but could you add that the executive committee would have that opportunity if necessary, and make it more specific? That way you have guardrails.
So you're saying to consult regularly with the superintendent or his executive committee? I mean, I'm just trying to,
No, sorry, the executive committee from SHAC, like the chairperson and the co-person and the secretary.
is the one that does that,
Right.
rather than anybody that can.
Yeah, I mean, if it's necessary to leave that there, which I'm not completely sure that it is, but in a compromise, maybe it's better if we just make it very specific as to who would be able to have those conversations if needed to be.
So it would be the executive liaison will consult regularly with and the rest of it stay.
Could be something like that, yes. That way you put the guardrail in, but you don't
So
take away this
everybody,
component.
all bajillion, I think too many people, don't have access.
Yes, exactly, yeah, yep.
And Ms. Landry, you would,
Yeah, and I think it is outlined further into the bylaws of who has the authority. Again, this is the overarching SHAC as a whole, and there's somebody who has that responsibility. And not to go run up to Dr. Micah's office. And I'm open to changing that language so that it's more transparent in the first or the second article. I kind of feel like maybe we need time to individually read through the entire bylaws and instead of trying to break it down article by article, because, and I think we discovered this last time also, is that there are references later within the bylaws that then you say, oh, that's why.
Well, and we have the flexibility to jump to other articles
But
in
do
this. We're not bound, we don't have to go order by order. I mean, we can skip to the
But my
last
point
order if
is
we
that
wanted to.
I don't think everybody understands what's in the whole thing to know where to jump as we're making changes through each article.
Before, a couple things. One, Mr. Lopez, you had a comment?
Well, we were just talking over on this side, and the thought was that on that consultation piece, instead of consulting with the superintendent and administration, it would be consulting with the administrative liaison, as Dr. Micah just referenced, as the person to whom they can go to get the information that they may need from the administration. Because if the SHAC is considering issue A, B, or C, and they feel like they need that additional information from the administration, the person that they would go to is the administrative liaison to get that information. And of course, the administrative liaison would be working with Mr. Jimenez, Dr. Micah, whoever else is needed to get that information to the SHAC members so that they can make an informed decision when they're making a recommendation or deciding on a recommendation to bring to you all.
Ms. Shelton,
to the friendly amendment, that we would add section B. And section B would say to consult regularly with the SHAC administrative, to consult as needed with the SHAC administrative liaison regarding planning, implementation, and evaluation of the district's coordinated school program.
and I have to say, I love as needed, because who in the world knows what regularly is
Correct.
unless we specify that? So I
like it also.
So Ms. Shelton has amended her motion, and Ms. Thompson seconded. Do you still?
Still second, I second the amended amendment to the friendly amendment.
All right. With that, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, for Article 2 responsibilities, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Article 2 changes as motioned, 7-0. All right. Article 3 meetings. This is where I guess it looks like there was a little bit more discussion about this. And the vote was a little bit closer to accept these recommended changes. And it looks like it's Article 3 meetings, sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the committee added section 2, which discusses standing committee meetings and the makeup of those. So one of the things I wanted to point out is, again, with the situation we're in, we had the first SHAC meeting will be held no later than September 30th of each school year. And then the last SHAC meeting will be held no later than June 30th. With some flexibility, I would recommend that we say in the fall semester, or we can add something that says 2 meetings in the fall semester and 2, at a minimum, 2 meetings in the fall semester, 2 meetings in the spring semester. And not necessarily tie ourselves to the September 30th deadline. But I do think that the June 30th deadline is appropriate because you're at the end of the school year, we're getting into the summer, and try to have a clean break at the end of each year. So that would be a recommendation. As far as the others, I did not have any issues with what was recommended. The only one I did have, is in it's now section 7, where they say a member must be present in person to vote. We give some flexibility for these standing committees to have, I'm sorry, that's just for the regular meetings, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just regular, never mind, I take that statement back. So other than giving us some flexibility about the times of the meetings, 2 in the fall and 2 in the spring, I'm good with all the other comments. So any other thoughts, discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
One of the things, and this is kind of like Ms. Landry was saying, but all the way at the end is where they put parliamentary authority. And I feel like instead of just kicking it to the end, that it should be addressed that in their meetings that they will follow Robert's rules or follow parliamentary procedure, just to keep their meetings.
So move Article 10, or Article 9 as incorporated in the,
Right,
in
just
the
to
meetings
get
section.
the content in there, not a complete new article, but just that Article 3 meetings would say something like Section 1, regular meetings of the full SHAC shall follow Robert's Rule of Order. They shall conduct a minimum of 4 regular meetings, and we said 2 in the fall, 2 in the spring. The exact number of meetings will be determined by the workload. That was all good there. In Section 2, when we're talking about standing committees, I think that there were some committees who met maybe excessively, and perhaps to help them, we could put some language that says whether it's not to exceed 2 per month or something, just so that people aren't meeting on a weekly basis for hours at a time.
I think what was going on with that is that we were in a time crunch for some of the curriculum that needed to be approved, and they were going through that frantically to try to get it done. And I think they had to increase the amount of meetings that they had in order to, meet the timelines that were required. So
maybe we can include a phrase, not to exceed 2 meetings per month unless approved by the majority of the standing committee or something like that.
Right. I just think if I placed myself on a committee and all of a sudden we have 48 meetings. Well, there's no way I would, my life
And
doesn't
it's-
allow that I could.
My understanding that some of them met 3 or 4 times a week.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
So, again, just the Roberts Rules, something to tighten how many meetings that is. And then what is the new section 6? It said non-attendance of 3 consecutive meetings. I think even if you were to miss 3, I mean, that's too many. If there are only 4 meetings, to miss 3 of them, you've missed a lot of decisions that your community wasn't represented. And I know we can't, they're volunteers and we can't, nail anybody down, but
Well, and I also want to say that we need to be very cautious of how stringent we make this, because as you stated, there are volunteers, and this is regular and committee meetings. And if the meetings are being held 3 times a week, then that could quickly put somebody in jeopardy if they can't make any of the meetings. So if they're traveling all week, like Ms. Shelton, and they can't make any of the meetings that week and it's 3 consecutive, then we don't, as a board member, it's very difficult to get these volunteers, especially with all the contention that we've seen. We don't want to put ourselves in a bind by requiring us to replace a committee member in the middle of a very strenuous curriculum rewrite, and pinning ourselves to changing over. As you know, a lot of this effort is very hard work and it's very intensive, and to put somebody new in the middle of it and try to pick up the pace and get back in, especially if we're saying that the committee can vote to have more meetings and the committee votes to have more meetings, and then I don't like you, so I'm going to say you missed 3 meetings this week and the rules say you're out. And we just want to be very careful of how restrictive we make this.
But it does say they may result in removal. And I do think 4 meetings, you've missed 3.
Well, and that's
It makes it a bit tricky to make an informed decision.
the 4 overall SHAC meetings, but it says committee meetings also. And so, yeah.
It says, that doesn't.
I'd like to make a motion, have us vote on something really quickly that will hopefully help us throughout this whole piece, because we said we would agree, but we didn't make a motion. And that is that everywhere in this document that it says SHAC facilitator, we will change that to SHAC administrative liaison. And there's one place where it says facilitator. We want to change that to administrative liaison
Yeah, in 7. Well, it says it all the way through.
throughout the
Yeah.
document.
Okay, I have a motion to change the name from SHAC facilitator to administrative liaison where appropriate by Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Any discussion about that? If none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes 7-0. And that is just for making sure we say administrative liaison
Instead of facilitator.
instead of facilitator.
Yes, sir. But I did have
Yes.
a note on section 2. They have a minimum of 4 meetings. I think that's quite a lot, given that you're going to have 4 SHAC meetings. I'd like to change that to 2 meetings, a minimum of 2 meetings.
Can agree with that. Section 2, standing
Section
committee meetings.
2.
The SHAC will provide for a minimum of 4 standing committee meetings in addition to the 4 regularly scheduled SHAC meetings.
Can I just speak to that? Someone said on SHAC.
Absolutely.
I was on 2 different committees, nutrition and safe and healthy. We didn't know, it was kind of decided amongst yourselves. So if we didn't feel like we needed to have that additional standing committee meeting, we didn't. So you weren't obliged to do 4. at least 4, but with the thought that you might be doing 4. But if we were done with our discussions or our goals or whatever recommendations we were going to make, then we didn't have those additional meetings. So I don't know if that wording needs to be
So
changed.
should we just delete that altogether and not have a minimum at all for the standing committees?
Or
Well, and I-
something to the fact that determined, I'm sorry, David.
Continue,
So,
sorry.
okay, just something to the fact maybe that, you know, as needed,
Right.
to Terry's word, as needed, right?
To not
Yeah.
be so.
And I'm
locked in.
wondering if the wording of the SHAC will provide for, it doesn't necessarily, to me, I read that as, and maybe that's why it's not clear, but that we would provide the opportunity for that.
Yes, yes,
But
and
that
and that's
it's not
perfect
a-
because
it's
they
not
would
a
do that.
mandate
Right, because you would
to
have to
have
get a
that.
room and schedule the time and that sort of stuff, so
Right.
that covers,
So,
yeah, yeah, yes, so that would cover that too.
correct.
So you don't have
That's my understanding. Well, and to Ms.
Yeah.
Cox's point, I know last year, some of the committees, they met once, they, got what they needed done, they were done, and then they showed up for the rest of the year.
This verbiage says that to you.
Get your- Thank you.
So that, this verbiage, if we just, the way it is, says that we can have one. To me, it doesn't say that.
So what Mr. Byer was saying is that the SHAC provides an opportunity to have a minimum of 4.
And I think the word provide to me suggested,
Maybe we
implied the word
say
opportunity, but we could just
provide
add the word.
opportunity.
Well, it just means they have
Opportunity.
somewhere to house you, right? So you have to.
That's how I've interpreted it.
How about the SHAC will provide resources for a minimum of 4 standing committee meetings?
If
Yeah.
needed.
Yeah, I don't know if that's, and I guess that's, the word provide, I guess, is what the
I
question.
mean, we're looking for, we're going to make sure that we accommodate a standing committee, so I think that's saying that we're going to do that, and we certainly are going to do that, and find a room for them, and find a space for them to work, so.
Or maybe just add as needed.
And I like that you said provides opportunity. That clears it up to me that it's a chance. We don't have to, but it is an opportunity if it's needed.
Right. And maybe to Mrs. Cox, we add as needed.
I like that, as needed. I do too.
Okay.
What's the motion?
There isn't one at this point.
No, we still have a lot of changes
I
in
have
section 2.
more to say on down.
3.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
one, I have another comment too.
Okay, well, I know, Ms. Cox, you were talking last. Let's go ahead and continue your
But it's about a
statement,
different
and then we'll
section,
get
does
to
that
Ms.
matter?
Chedji. It's what?
It's not about section 2, it's about a different section.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. All right, so mine's about section 7. Members shall attempt to reach decisions by consensus. However, if a clear consensus cannot be obtained, members shall receive a decision by majority vote. So I would like to add in some words about the process of the vote. Each member is entitled to 1 vote per item. I would like to add something due to some sensitive SHAC subjects and to provide a productive environment. A numbered paper, anonymous ballot will be provided for voting.
I like that.
Just because sometimes there's some tricky things that are discussed, and I feel like it might provide a more productive environment if we were just consistently doing that through a numbered paper, anonymous ballot.
So,
And that's in the event a consensus is not reached.
right.
Yes, sorry, yes.
So that was actually where I was going to go, just because in that one board meeting, and honestly, I only saw one SHAC meeting, but there was a lot of discussion about whether we're going to raise our hand or whether we're going to do by paper ballot. And then I just heard you say that people felt, you used the word bullied. I heard somebody at the microphone last year cry because she felt threatened. And so until that environment stops, I want our people to feel comfortable. So I'm not sure what you said, the way you said it, but I really liked what you said. That you said a paper ballot, is that correct?
Open to changing the words, but just a numbered, papered, anonymous ballot. Just
So that nobody
Nobody
feels
knows how
threatened.
you- Nobody knows
I mean,
how you
when I go to
voted.
the polls,
Right.
nobody gets to see what you
Yes.
can hear what I have to say, but you don't know what I'm doing. And I think that takes all of the fear factor away. These are volunteers, they're, I would just love to protect them in some way. And Ms. Landry, you were at that meeting, and you remember how it went back and forth, and there was a struggle with it. It was disheartening to me to see how they were feeling, and it was on both sides, quite honestly, whatever that means.
Well, see, we need to get to the point where there are no sides. You know, we've got to be able to work together, as we're doing, and that, I think, will filter down to our committees. But I agree with you, there cannot be bullying on our SHAC committees or any other committees. And I think that just, any more than we allow bullying in our schools. So our parents certainly shouldn't be bullied, or our community members shouldn't be. So I agree with you. I think that's,
Ms. Cox?
yeah.
Can we add to that it's randomized? Because if the three of us, right, if we're in a row, I'm
Sure.
one, we know Marcia's.
Yes,
We know
sure,
Ms.
yep.
Landry's two, we know Ms. Cox is three.
Right.
So I love what you said, but can we randomize it?
Yeah, I
So
think that's
that
a
no
great
one
idea.
knows what number someone else
course.
is.
Why do we need numbers?
Or,
I would-
thought you said a random, I thought you said.
She
I
said,
thought numbers just so if
Just to make
you-
sure you can't make sure.
Right, if I handed out 20, that I
you get 'em all
received back
I just see it as
20.
another way
Oh.
to count.
So randomized numbered paper ballots.
Yes.
Just pull and, pick out a
And-
ballot out of the hat.
Yeah.
And just write
Yeah.
it.
Yes, that's worked in the past.
I like
Yes.
that.
Yep. Randomized is good too.
Yeah, and I think what that will help eliminate is, I think where you're going, Ms. Cox, is the singling out of people taking a vote, asking our members who are volunteers to throw their hand up, be recognized on camera, be called out in a meeting, get harassed on social media, have to shut down their business because she was harassed on social media. Yeah, it was not good. That was a standing committee issue, but that stuff carries over to SHAC, and I think anything we can do to maintain the anonymity of our members. We are required to do a lot of things by law, but at these meetings, I mean, we have groups that come and videotape the meetings for their own Facebook posts, and have meetings, have sort of broadcasts after the meetings to talk about specific members and how they've talked and what they voted on, and I think that's inappropriate, wrong. These are volunteers, and I know, Ms. Villarreal, you're shaking your head, but we have people that have caused this committee to become a circus, and when I've got a member that I appointed who at a meeting says something and then gets blasted on social media for her work and what she does in her private life, it's wrong and inappropriate, and it's disgusting, actually. And so I would like to, anywhere we can keep these people safe, secure, let them do the work that we're asking them to do, not have them do roll call votes, not have them raise their hand because it is on camera and it is being recorded, and let the process play out the way it needs to play out. And that everybody agrees, and we have this in later in the bylaws, that the decision of the SHAC, similar to what our decision is, even if we don't all agree with it, that is what comes forward as a recommendation. Yes, ma'am.
Should we have in here something that says the only audio and video recording will be that done by the district?
As an open meeting, as required by law,
It's
we
against the law.
we
Okay.
do not have the ability to restrict that, which, that's fine. If somebody wants to come and record, what I don't appreciate is then taking that information and broadcasting it to a membership that then uses it to their advantage to harass people. And I'm not going to mention the organization because I don't want to give them any publicity, but it's happened way too many times.
So it sounds like we have changes to Section 1, parliamentary procedure to Section 2. I'm not sure that we came to a final on section 6. We definitely, I think, agreed on randomized anonymous paper ballots. Should we not vote on this and rewrite it?
This might be one where we need to get one cohesive list.
Because there were a lot of changes.
Draft. And I guess, and Mr. Lopez, this might be a quick question for you, is because we are technically out of compliance with our bylaws at this point, do we need to have any kind of motion or agreement that we're aware of that? Or just by me stating that, does that?
To relieve the issue, because you know you're addressing it,
Yeah.
you can approve at least the calendaring change, and then with respect to the other things, wait until you have a coherent draft on reflecting all the other changes you all have discussed, and then come back and vote on that later for that finalized change. But you can certainly say, look, we know, if you all are in agreement, we know we're not going to do the September 30th, June 30th, instead, as you said, 2 fall, 2 spring, So you can do that, and that way that relieves the pressure of being quote-unquote out of compliance for now.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to not do 2 fall, 2 spring.
Okay.
Because if something happens and you only get 1 in the fall, then now you're out of compliance. They need to do 4 meetings throughout the school year. Just get it done, right? And if they do all 4 of them in the fall and they get all their work done, great. But just like we were saying, we didn't want to be so regulated that we put people in a bind.
Okay, yeah.
Could could section 1 just say, section 1, regular meetings of the full SHAC. The SHAC shall conduct a minimum of 4 regular meetings each year following Robert's Rules of Order, period?
With the restriction of keeping the last meeting no later
Oh,
than.
right.
Yeah, so,
Yes.
so I think the
Ms.
rest,
Cox's birthday.
yeah, I think so. If you don't mind, I will make a motion to say, section 1, Article 3 meeting, section 1, regular meetings of the full SHAC. The SHAC shall conduct a minimum of 4 regular meetings each year following Robert's Rules of Orders. The exact number of meetings will be determined by the workload of the SHAC. The last full SHAC meeting will be held no later than June 30th each year.
A second.
I have a motion and a second for section 1. Any other discussion?
Just a little bit.
Mhm.
Did we say earlier that we didn't want 48 meetings, and we said that we were going to have them limit the number of meetings?
That's in section 2.
But that's for
Oh, okay.
standing committees.
Got it.
Yeah, so,
The full SHAC has to be.
right, so I only made a motion on section 1. That's it, just to. And yes, I can, I guess, amend my motion to say sections 2 through 8 will be brought back at a later date.
Second.
I have a second. That's all right.
So, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Are we going to send 2 through 8, like our drafted items to
Well-
Peggy, or how would?
We can continue the discussion if we have some actual more changes that we want to nail down, like tonight,
Okay.
that we can then give to her to
Well,
consolidate.
But at the end of the discussion, are we going to vote on those tonight? Or are we going to send Peggy a draft of the changes?
It sounds like people want to send a draft to Peggy.
I see shaking heads.
So if we want to go ahead and we can vote on the acceptance of section 1, just so that we have that on record. I have a motion and a second and an amended second for only section 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, section 1 passes.
Mr. President, may
Yes.
I recommend a brief recess?
Absolutely. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and the time is 7:51. All right, we're going to reconvene the meeting, and the time is 7:58 PM. All right. So I guess the discussion was on Article 3 meetings other than Section 1, which was just approved, that sounds like there were several people that wanted changes, and so we can send those to Ms. Turner to compile and bring back at a later date. Sounds like everybody's okay with that. Any other discussion about that or concerns? All right, moving on, Article 4, membership. Again, I think there was, basically the SHAC voted 24-0 and agreed to forward the current bylaws for Article 4 to the board without a formal recommendation for revision. Instead, the SHAC agreed to provide the board in the comments what SHAC discussed regarding Article 4 and allow the board to determine what revisions are necessary. So we have Article 4 membership, and there is Section 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5, where we spell out who's allowed to, or what the different categories are, what the requirements are, terms of service, what happens if a member changes, and the specific number of SHAC members. Also conflict of interest at Section 4. So any trustees want to discuss any one of these sections? Ms. Shelton, she had her hand
So
up first.
under B, it says the Board of Trustees may also appoint one or more persons from each of the following groups as outlined in Texas Education Code Section 28.004D and BDF local. I feel like we shouldn't, again, be that prescriptive, so, because that number is going to potentially change. So Board of Trustees may appoint person, and then in parentheses an S, assuming that there is the ability for them to appoint 1 or 2 persons. So scratching out 1 or more and changing it to person with the S in.
Oh, I got you.
Can I make a comment yet?
Yeah, one
Everybody's
second,
not
let's
okay.
see, Ms. Shelton, was that
Yes, sir.
all you had with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or I should say, may I make a comment?
Yeah, you
Okay.
may, yes, I want to
May
get her, and then
may
Ms.
I?
Cox, you're after Ms. Villarreal.
Okay, this has concerned me greatly because under the Texas Education Code, you're not supposed to up here we say we cannot discriminate. But down here, what they're trying to do is it says under comment 8, it says the Board of Trustees may also appoint up to 2 persons each, up to 14 persons total, and serve as community members. Community members shall not be parents, legal guardians of school-aged children. I think that is absurd because you can be a community member and you can have children, because what you're doing is saying you're either going to be way too young, and I mean, let's face it here, who are we educating? It's the kids. So as many, community members can have children. It's not a situation where we should penalize somebody for having children. We want them to have children. We want them to be in NEISD. And I think that's discriminatory. And I have never liked that, that sort of language. I think it takes a lot of people out that are, viable. And if they're willing to give their time, and they have skin in the game because they're parents, but they're also community members. They do other things.
Well, I think the concern from what I understand is that having a voice on a committee of our district where you don't necessarily feel compelled to send your kids to that district. And so, you know, I have from, you know, originally had thought, well, community member needs to be a community. We have 70%, 75, 72% of the people in our community that don't have kids in our schools. Maybe they did at one point, maybe they don't now. And my reasoning has always been the intent for those two community members is to represent that part of our district. Because we have 4 parents with kids in our schools who are making decisions for our students in our schools, and not people in the community who have students who are school age, either elementary or secondary, that don't send kids to our schools, that are making decisions for my child. And I don't think that's appropriate. I think if you're going to make a decision for a district on a district-focused committee that has initiatives that are affecting children that you're not even going to abide by, I don't think that's appropriate. So I think if we're going to do 4 parents, they are parents with kids in our district. 2 community members are truly 2 community members. Maybe they had kids in our district, maybe they didn't. I don't know, but they don't have kids in elementary or secondary at the time that they are on the committee.
I will
In
say this,
another-
I'm so
another
sorry.
district.
This is very important because this is one of those targeted attacks against one of my SHAC people. And this was actually rewritten to bully and discriminate and harass one of my SHAC people. That's what this is about. This is one of those hard line in the sand that, this is like my hill to die on.
Well-
Because I do not like people being bullied. That's a massive, and when
I agree.
they're, and so there's a couple of things where that's the target.
Well, and
So
it looks
I-
like these were, I'm sorry, I
Well,
apologize.
I'm
Mrs.
just going to
Chair.
say, I hate that that's your hill to die on because kumbaya, and I want us to work collaboratively on this. But when I think of our campus improvement committees and our district improvement committees, you have parents and you have community members, and there's something else on them. There's 3 criteria. But the community members are not, I can't take a parent that owns a business and say, you're going to be my community member. It has to be a person that's a non-parent because it's a different lens. As he said, there's 70% that don't have students. So
That's not written in the language through this particular law. They say nothing, they stipulate nothing about that a community member cannot have children. That's just something that they came, yes, and see, this is why I believe firmly that if somebody is willing to, and in this particular case, she had an issue with NEISD, and she had to remove her kids, but she wants to make things better so that she can bring her kids back. So this is a situation, right now, frankly, we are bleeding off kids. And, we can't put the blinkers on. I know why we're bleeding off kids. I hear it. But we need to listen to people who have removed their kids from our district, because we need to stop the bleed. We all know vouchers are coming. There's nothing we can do to stop it. But we need to be proactive, and we need to really listen to these people and why they did what they did.
But you're saying community member can have kids.
Yes, absolutely. Because my
But that's
goodness.
not, your person's a parent that is now a non-parent in our district, so that's a different.
But she's a community member. She has other talents that she brings to the table.
So
just
she could-
because she can slip into that community member slot, even though she has school-aged children that used to be in NEISD. And so what happened was she transferred from the parent slot to the community member slot. But she's still a viable, and this is one that has only missed one meeting, and that was only because it was a medical issue. That was it, or she wouldn't have missed that meeting. And she's dedicated, but yet this was so pointedly written to just to her. And so this is I think if they wouldn't have been so obvious about, trying to attack her, then I would probably be maybe a little more sympathetic to that. But since I know how it was written and why it was written, and
Well,
it makes.
in fairness, that this part of the discussion, I mean, we've been talking about this for 4 years. This is not something that just came up because of one specific member. I think we've struggled with this, and Ms. Shelton.
I have a
would you like to say
question.
something? I'm sorry, Ms. Landry,
Oh, I'm sorry.
she
Ms.
had her,
Landry.
if she has something to say, and then Ms.
So,
Shelton.
And the comment about, I believe the full SHAC opposed changing that, that criteria for community members. My comment back to putting too much rigidness on our policy, when we were appointing volunteers to the committees, we didn't overlook other people who were community members that volunteered. They just weren't volunteering. So we had, in my case, I had a community member who did have children in our district, who was not residing in my district, which in our current bylaws allows for, or maybe it's in our policy, allows for community members within the NEISD to be community members. She does have children who attend our schools. She wasn't in my district. She was appointed as a community member. She's licensed professional, which is something that I highly acknowledge as something that should be included. And this would completely remove her. And then, to my point, we don't have people just, trying to line up to do this volunteer work. We need to be as flexible as possible without locking ourselves into where we're just not going to have anybody volunteer.
Well, and I guess sorry, Ms. Shelton, I'll let you speak here in a second. What I take issue with is having school-aged children that do not go to our district, I guess, is where my pointed comment would be. So, Ms. Shelton.
When the current bylaws that we're looking at, when were they enacted? Does it tell us? Did I miss that?
It is August 2023,
23.
last August.
So these are from last August. These were enacted
ma'am.
and approved by the Board
Yes, ma'am.
of Trustees. Okay.
And for a little bit of background, when I first joined the board, we were told that bylaws didn't exist.
So we didn't have any when you joined the board?
Well, we did, but
They weren't being used.
they weren't being used.
Okay, so last year you guys got to work and
Yeah, it was
you came up with this?
probably a couple-year process.
Okay, okay.
And so August 2023, when it
Was
was
when-
officially
This, okay.
adopted.
And the recommendations that are coming from the SHAC now are because they come to us once a year with recommendations. So, okay.
If they have some,
If they
yes, they
have
bring
some.
them forward to us.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Got it, thank you.
Just a couple of things, if I'm next. And I don't know your case in particular, but again, having sit on SHAC, it was always just very beneficial to have that pure community person, just because they brought in an expertise, and I completely understand the trouble, sometimes the difficulties you have in getting people to volunteer. But, you get a community person and they see a different lens. They bring a different sort of aspect, whether they deal with asthma or they deal with prevention or whatever, and safety communities and safety groups and things like that. And I think sometimes, and maybe not, and maybe I'm speaking for something I don't really know, but I think that's the purpose of that community role. and I'm not saying that doesn't mean that that person can't have a kid in the district, but that, I think, is the true purpose of that role, is to have that person bring that uncomplicated or unconnected to the campus level, because I think that kind of brings a different lens to it, and I think that's part of that community collaboration. Plus, you're reaching out to the community for that purpose, to bring in that experience. Having worked with so many community partners throughout the years, you look for that sort of different perspective, or that outside of a school district perspective. So that's the one point I had. My other one was to a wording in A, with parents who must have a child enrolled in the district. I would like to add, and then where it says they are representing and not be an employee receiving benefits of the district, just to make that notation, just so we're not knocking out subs, for instance. If someone's a substitute teacher and wants to be on SHAC, does that mean they can't be on SHAC? Because
Well,
they're,
that's, Mr. Lopez, I'm sorry, Ms. Cox, I'll interrupt for just a second to make that clarification. That question has come up about substitute teachers within the district.
So the Human Resources Department typically doesn't look at substitute teachers as employees, because they're obviously not, they don't get benefits. They also typically, they work sporadically. And so ultimately, substitute teachers would not be considered employees for that purpose, so they wouldn't be barred if they are parents in the district to be able to serve. Now, if you have someone who is assigned as what we call a long-term substitute, which means that that person, of course, is a full-time teacher for all practical purposes for a period of months, that's going to change the equation. But in terms of somebody who may substitute on occasion, that doesn't prevent them. And the intent was not to prevent somebody like that from being able to serve as a parent of the SHAC.
See, I have a question. Okay, I'm going back to the community members. All right, if we use that as a guideline, that you can't have a child and then that child cannot go to a different district, if we use that criteria, then we would have to look at our admins and use the same criteria. We would have to look at the people that sit on this board and
No,
use that
no,
as the same,
that-
no,
This is
no.
just for
You
the
can't
SHAC
tie 'em all
committee.
together.
No, but I'm saying
I
if we're
understand the point
using
you're
that
trying to
as
make,
and
but-
I don't even want to go there, but what I'm saying is, I think that's and as you guys are reacting to that, it's repugnant, isn't it? What I just said was repugnant. Now,
It
how
was-
does that
it was
not
absurd is what it
reflect?
was.
Yeah, okay, how does that not reflect in the same, using the same lens as what I just said, which I think it sounds horrible, what I just said. Now, we're telling a SHAC member that they are disqualified even though they have other skills, and just being a parent does not define you. And being a parent that has a child that goes to another school does not define you any more than it defines any other, either admin or anybody that sits on the board. It doesn't define them either. So I think for us to discriminate like that and say, you have a child, but you are not qualified because you have a school-age child that goes to a different school. It's the same thing. If you want to look at it, like that, and I think it's discriminatory. I think it's repugnant. And
So
if
I
somebody
think
is
it's-
willing to, sit on a board, or not sit on a committee, put their time and effort in, I think discriminating against them, first of all, it sends a really bad message, and it just, it doesn't look good. The optics are terrible.
So in order to sit on this board, it doesn't say you have to be a parent.
But
So this SHAC committee person is a parent. And to me, it implies, it doesn't say, and maybe we need to say that, a Northeast ISD parent. Because to me, if they have kids at a different district or different school or different, go serve on the SHAC committee there. But here, I really feel like the input from people that are attending our schools should be the ones making decisions about these things that impact the kids in our schools.
But there's no difference. If you have a community member does not have a child in our schools, there's absolutely no difference. And I'm not meaning any disrespect to you, because I respect you and everything. I'm looking at it as the reason this was written was an attack.
Except
been
there's
talking
a
about this for
criteria
several
of parent and community, and that's in many committees where it's parent and community. So it's not saying you're a bad person because you're not a parent and you're just a community person. It's saying we want that lens to come from, by definition, from a different person. This is a set of parents, these are a set of community people.
I'm going to ask, is there anything in the law? It's my understanding that there is nothing in the law that states that a community member cannot have children that go to is there anything in the law that states that?
No, the way that the law is written, and it's pretty bare bones, is if we're talking about parents, it's parents of students currently enrolled in the district. So if you're going to appoint somebody to be a parent, that criteria is set forth in 28004. With respect to community members, it just says these are the categories, and the board may appoint community members.
There's no
You
requirement.
don't have to appoint any community members. It just gives you that discretion to decide community members, and it gives you all the different categories. And it even says beyond the categories listed in the law, you can appoint a community member from some other group that is representative of your community values or whatever. But in the end, there's nothing in there about community members having to be parents or not. So I think there's a distinction. When you're talking about parents, it's parents of currently enrolled students. If you're talking about community members, the law is silent on that. So really, it's y'all's decision in terms of what you want to do about community members.
And I think the history of that was to try to give some additional voice to SHAC that was try to expand that definition of volunteering and have a different perspective on what it is SHAC is discussing. And we do not have to have community members. We may have them. I mean, we could have our parents fit those categories that are in Texas Education Code 28.004. If we fulfill those requirements, we don't have to. I mean, we don't have to have 35 people on SHAC. I mean, this is our purview. This is what we came up with. And so,
I would like to see the number of people reduced, not to stifle any voices, but I have been on so many committees, and that amount of people coming to a decision reasonably would be, I can see that being hard to do with 50 people in a room or 35 people in a room. If we have 4 committees, have 4 people to fill those roles.
From each single member district.
Right, from each single member district. And
With
I
the
probably
majority.
took it into another place that we weren't there yet, but I do think, I think of my mom as a community member. She would be ideal for that because she lives in my SMD, she doesn't have kids, but she still has an interest because this is where she lived. If she lived somewhere else, why would she want to serve?
To make things better.
Well, and that's if you live somewhere else. A person who lives or resides in the district, by definition, is a member of the community, regardless of what other characteristics they identify as.
I just feel like whether it's true or not, it would seem like if I went and sat on Alamo Heights ISD's SHAC, like I would have special interest. I mean, it would just be weird for me to be there when I don't live there, I don't have children there.
She does live in this community.
But
She lives here.
But you're saying that she pulled her kids.
She was, and that's why it's important to her, because she's trying to make things better so she can bring her children back. She hasn't abandoned us, as a lot of parents would just say, forget it, I'm not there. And I respect that. And the thing is, her attendance, like I said, she's only missed one meeting out of all of them. And I don't know of many of the other, SHAC members that you can say that about.
Well, and I don't know that, I would argue that SHAC is not the avenue to make, and better is a subjective word. And there are other avenues to make her feelings known to our administration about what she wants to see done to bring her kids back. SHAC is not the only avenue for that. And so I'm hesitant with going forward with anything that either that has a community member that has children they send to another school, because I don't think that they have our district's interest in mind, including my daughter who's in this district right now. And so I have a really hard time with having somebody that is not quite fully invested in this district like other community members might be, and being able to give those people a voice. And if you have kids that go to another school or another district or whatever it is, then find the opportunities on that board to, on that district to help influence their curriculum and their policies and procedures. I find it hard to accept that when there are other people in our community who we probably can find to join and participate.
I think it's discrimination. I think it's that's discriminating against people who have children, and I think it can be looked at in that respect.
But I have 4 parents I'm appointing that have children in the district.
But
So-
you're
so
saying
they-
that community member is not a community member because they have children.
And that's exactly what
Look
you're
at it
saying.
that way.
That is the message that we are giving to our community, is if you have children, you are not considered part of our community. And that is sending the wrong message. That's discrimination. I'm going to discriminate against you because you have children. And that's repugnant.
Thank you.
Are we using the word community correctly? Because community means I can reach out to someone who knows about safe driving or vaping or something like that, and that's a community member. But just because you live in a certain, zip code, is that how we're using, I'm not sure we're using the word community.
Community is
I think
defined
it's
as within the NEISD boundaries, as it's currently written in our.
Meaning you don't have to
bylaws.
have one of these skills, whether
Yes,
it
you
be
do. Yes, I'm
clergy
sorry.
or
You have to.
law
and it-
enforcement or,
And it's very broad. One of
Yeah,
them is
okay.
business,
okay, all right, fair.
so that can mean all sorts of stuff.
So you can have children and you can still you could be categorized in multiple things. So it just doesn't make any sense to discriminate against somebody because they fit a bracket. As a community member, let's say it's a business owner, or a nurse, or this or that, but yet because they have children, all of a sudden they're no longer this or that. People wear separate hats. I mean, they don't just wear one single hat. You can be multiple things.
I agree with
And,
that.
and I think we're sticking to this idea that people are removing their kids from our district and then coming and like playing on the other team. And one thing that we have to remember is every child is different, every child is unique, and every child doesn't fit the mold of every curriculum and every session that we have. And sometimes we can't accommodate every student. We have all kinds of alternative options that the district pays for to educate students who aren't in our schools. And so we can't, there's extenuating circumstances for every child. And to say just because you're a parent, you're no longer a community member, I think is but it's few and far between, for one thing, so I think we've spent 10 minutes arguing this.
I don't think that's what they're really trying to say, and I may be wrong, so correct me if I am, please. But again, as someone who served on SHAC, I think in the spirit of SHAC, maybe this was in years gone by, it was trying to bring in that community perspective. And are you waiting? So if you have a person, you have your 4 parents who have kids, and then you have a community member who also has a kid, is that unfair to everybody else? Because now you have 5 parents on SHAC, and you have 5 parent voices as opposed to 4 parent voices. I don't know if that's a different way to look at it.
Well, if your
But-
kids are grown, you're still a parent.
Oh, well, of course. My
And
kids
SHAC
are grown. I'm still a parent, yes.
And SHAC was
Yeah.
designed, and it
They
was
let me know.
brought into fruition because parents had lost their voices. This is actually a parent committee. This whole committee was designed for that purpose. So, I just really, I feel very uncomfortable, telling somebody that they're not qualified because they have kids. That makes me very
I
uncomfortable.
don't think we're telling them they're not qualified. We're just
Because that's
telling
what
them
you're,
they might not
if
fit
we
into
go
the
back,
category.
if we're trying to shove somebody into a mold, and we're trying to say, you stay in your lane. We understand that you've served and you've done a really good job, and you have, you've been at almost every meeting except one because you had a medical issue. But because you have those kids, you don't exactly fit the mold.
And it was a very targeted situation when this was drafted to remove the parents as community members. It was very specific, and there was discussion of you shouldn't be here because you're a parent.
If the law doesn't say that we have to have community members, and we have so much disagreement about it, why don't we just not have community members?
I just hate to do that because
I
I feel
hate
like
to
we
do
don't
it,
succeed in
too.
public education if we don't include the community.
I do agree. We have, if every seat is filled, we have 50 members. We don't have that many people, legislators, that we send to Washington, D.C. to represent all of Texas. This committee is too big. It's too big. That would be it would be an easy fix here. It's not what you're asking for, and it's not what you're asking for, but it would be a way to have, also we're off mathematically. So if we have 6 people, there's 4 committees. So for single-member District 6, 2 committees have 1 person and 2 committees have 2 people. So I'd like to get to 4 anyway. I don't want to go to 8, but I'd like to have even representation from each single-member district on each subcommittee, and that would be a way to do it. I mean, you still could pick a parent that
Fits the
is
categories.
probably not a senior citizen, but a clergy or the things on this list.
Yes.
I don't know.
Ms. Shelton, you had your mic on a
I
minute ago.
hadn't thought of that.
And wait, okay.
I know that the law just says that we have to have a majority of parents, and I would be okay with just going with parents and.
Because, as you say, it was designed to hear from parents. And-
Correct.
And I am very supportive of that. I don't think any of us wouldn't be supportive of that.
I don't like discrimination in any respect. And everything in me is cringing right now. My whole body is in a state of like, ugh, because now what's being proposed is just to get rid of one problem. We're now going to eliminate our community members to solve the problem. That, I'm just like, it's beyond,
So
It's
I'm not
very cringy.
proposing it to get rid of, because I don't think we should make all these decisions around one situation. And it sounds like you think that that was done, and I don't like that.
Watch
I will.
because
will.
it's just, it was so obvious, and because of other things and everything that was happening, and then
But so I don't think we
multiple-
should make a big decision around one story, but regardless of whatever stories we have, I'm going to say, I think this committee is too big, and I think that's part of the chaos. I even think 8 people might be too many for Dr. Micah's choice. I think there's 3 from health and PE. I think we could have 2. I think, we can always access some of those people. There's a community person on the committee. I'm not sure that we need a community person. I think we could bring that down from 8 to 6, or, I don't know. I just think 50 is too many, and I would like to address that, and this is a way to address it.
Whenever you start putting a few people in control of, this is some very heavy stuff that we ask these people to do. I mean, this is a very important committee, and I've always found, and you can look throughout history, that when you put a few people and you narrow it down, and those people are making the decisions for the many, and you don't give more voices, you take a huge chance that something could go very wrong. And the reason why we did this is we were able to, first of all, there's 7 of us, and 4 committees, and each one we were able to, put, one from each of our districts in. So all of our committees had representation. And that's important. That's very important. Because, and I know from, as someone who didn't have representation in her district for a very long time, I have to be hyper aware to keep that. I can't, and our community members, they pay taxes too, and they have an interest in our district. And because if our district, lowers its standards and it does not perform as well as it used to, their property values go down. So there's a lot of skin in this game. And I think what we've done is, because of tradition and not anything based on law or fact or anything like that, I think we boxed ourselves in. And I, like myself, I had been crawling around underneath houses since 1989. Okay, but I had a child. But I could have served on SHAC, but then I would have been told I couldn't serve on SHAC because I had a child, but yet I'm a business person. So see, I take this to heart, and I look at this, and I also look at the spirit in which this was drafted. And had I not known of that, I may be a little bit, less inclined to sit here and be upset about it and, fight about it. But I know this was not, in the right spirit to put this there. And the fact of the matter is, as Mr. Lopez says, there is nothing in the law that states that either my community member or Marcia's community member should be evicted from this. They're doing a good job. They don't have any ulterior motives except, to be volunteers, to do a good thing. It's a good thing. And I just don't feel comfortable, because I feel like it's discrimination. And I know in my case, it would have been discrimination. So, I mean, I don't feel comfortable with this at all. I think this is a very bad precedent. And I think it sends the wrong message to our community. So.
Just a point of clarification, SHAC does not approve anything. We are the small group that approves everything.
I understand, but this woman is willing, and also hers, and, when you have people that are willing to step up, whether it be it could be somebody that comes to you or somebody that comes to you. I don't like putting people in a box, and I think we're becoming too rigid. I think, and we're saying, well, you have this, and so you can't do this. I think that's too rigid. And if you fall into the criteria that, you know, as, like I said, as I would have, but yet I would have been disqualified had, you know, in that respect, because I had a child, okay? So I just think I think it's something that we really need to consider and really need to reflect upon before we make a decision about that, because I think it's wrong.
But you could have been a parent
Yeah.
on the shack.
Well, but the thing is, though, my child, and much to my horror now that I look back on it, was going to Catholic school for a while, and then we moved him to, you know, into Nimitz, and he was even at the ETA program. So, but what I'm saying is I would have been disqualified because I had see, this is where you lose a lot of good people when you try to put people in a box. And I think in this day and time, people are so focused on their selfish needs that people don't really want to volunteer anymore. And when you have people that are willing to step up and take that role, I think it's terrible to say, well, you don't fit in that box. So I just really think we should reflect upon this. I think all of us are, you know, smart, and we can all, you know, make good decisions, but I think this is a bad decision if we elect to go ahead and discriminate.
Ms. Shelton?
Article 4, Membership, Section 5. I would like to reframe that to say that the SHAC shall have no fewer than, what was my math, 28 members, and no more than 36. Or maybe even 40, depending on the conversation. But 28 members gets us 4 representatives per board member, right? So that gets us 28.
Correct.
And then 36 gets Dr. Micah.
Up to 8.
I don't think we should have 8 admin on there. If we only are going to, if you
So I
are
didn't
going
say
to
that
reduce,
we-
I think we need to shrink the
Up
admin.
to, but a maximum, right? So this section is the minimum and the maximum. So what I'm saying is no fewer than 28, that gives us all 4, no more than 36, because something may happen among us or with him that we want to have, but that becomes our ceiling.
So is that taking away community members?
I'm not speaking to community members or not, I'm speaking to the number of
Okay.
people. So it's
So-
completely separate than,
I think that's not something recommended by the SHAC, and I think that there's a reason for that. And I know some of those committees, they meet once and they're done. They got all their stuff done, they checked all their boxes, they're good. Other committees are meeting 3 times a week. And yes, there is a law of large numbers. The more people you get in a room, the harder it is to make a decision, but at the same time, you have a certain amount of work. And if you reduce the number of people that are available to do that work, then you can significantly impact some of those committees that are doing significant work. And so I completely understand the need or the desire to reduce it and get a smaller committee, but at the same time, if we're going to impose that much work on certain committees by reducing the number of people that are allowed to participate, I wouldn't want to do it.
Ms. Shelton, I need to clarify real quick. Did you actually make a motion?
I didn't, but I will.
Okay, no, I thought I heard
I
that.
thought we were
but
having a conversation.
We are.
And so I just
make
wanted
sure
to put it out
the
there
way
that I
you
think
were-
it should be 28
Okay.
up to 36 or maybe 40, but I'm happy to make a motion.
Well, I wanted to make sure that you were saying some very specific things, and so I wanted to make sure I wasn't mishearing what you were saying.
Right.
We're still able to discuss, so we're not, but.
Can I add
Yes, Ms. Cox.
Section 3? If the status of a member changes, the Board of Trustees will be notified by the liaison, administrative liaison, of the change in status and be immediately removed from SHAC, and the replacement will be appointed in accordance with PDF local. Yes.
Again, I have some heartburn with that. We have circumstances that dictate the member status, but if we have committed volunteers doing very difficult longevity work, and we're going to say, you got divorced and your wife took the kids and now you live in the community, your kid doesn't, goes to a different school, but now we're just going to yank you off the SHAC in the middle of the year, and you've been working very hard and diligently and providing your time and your dedication, and because your status has changed, we want you off. I think that is, again, boxing us in and more detrimental to the outcome of our mission and our goals than it is to being so rigid and saying, we don't like you anymore, you're gone.
I just think it may also offer a layer of protection for SHAC and the community as well.
It does, because if I win $1 million and I move to France, you want me off your SHAC, right? Because I'm not here.
But you would resign.
I don't know, maybe
Well, but we also have that.
hanging out.
We-
That speaks to,
Okay,
that
but we
speaks
have
to the
three
person that wouldn't
consecutive-
resign.
We got the 3 consecutive
Consecutive meetings.
meetings in the rule
I,
for that.
I hear you.
But
I
maybe
am
that speaks to
concerned-
the person that wouldn't resign.
Right, it does speak to the
But
person
if
who
that
would
person
resign
is,
because they
if that
forgot
person
or
is
whatever.
still there and doing the work,
I think we,
then that's, and again, this was targeted. I know one of my committee members who put in a lot of time and a lot of effort and was still doing things and working very hard, had a very dramatic situation with their children, and their status changed. But they were putting in more work and more effort than most of the people in the SHAC, and having pulled him would have been more detrimental to the success of the committees and the success of the organization and the commitments that we have and the goals that we have than allowing that person to stay on and complete their job as they were willing and committed to doing.
The thing that makes me nervous about this conversation on this section is we appear to be hyper-focused on an event or a series of events. As a board,
Which is why we shouldn't box ourselves in and set
Let me
stringent
fin-
expectations.
I'm with you, and you and I, we're aligned there. As a board, though, in any organization, you should make decisions for the good of the whole. And we should make decisions that will live beyond the people that we know, that we like, that we don't like. The decision should be about what is best for the community.
Absolutely.
And just like you have a person whose situation changed, but they were a really, really good hard worker, and you would wanted them to stay, there's also the person that was kind of a mediocre worker, and maybe they were the troublemaker, and you're giving them also the ability to stay. And so
Well, by setting that regulation, by restricting it to specifically saying, we're not giving anybody the chance, we're just saying everybody's gone.
Absolutely.
By-
Everybody's gone. Your situation has changed. You serve at the pleasure. You don't live in the district.
Serve
You
at the
know,
pleasure.
Your kid isn't in the district. All of that, those are our rules. It's the way that we've set up our rules for
That's-
this particular committee.
Right.
It's our rules,
And
right?
it's stringent.
But here's the deal, and I asked this question earlier. When did y'all vote on this? You voted on this and approved it August of 2023. So these are rules that were established by this board. The notes on the side are what they're recommending to us, right? That we
Well,
can take or
the
not
notes
take.
on the side are some of recommendations that the majority of the SHAC did not vote to implement, which is why they're comments and not
Well,
suggested.
but I mean generally, through this entire document. The notes on the side, either they voted on it or they gave us comments
Right.
because there was too much dissension. But we, as a board, I'm going to say we,
Right.
the board as a we, in August of 2023, we set out memberships, Article 4, membership, and we set out these sections 1 through 5, and we said that this was the way it was going to work. And in this section, we say, you know, how many people, we say what's your status, et cetera.
So,
And I'm afraid
and
that,
the,
as we keep saying, watch the March meeting, or this was targeted, if we could walk away from that just for a second, and think about what is for the good of let's start at the children and work backwards.
right,
And I think it
absolutely.
would be so much easier to get through this. We seem
Absolutely.
stuck.
Well, and the rigidness of changing the Section 3 to dictate a removal of a member of a committee doing work is in the best interest of our schools to maintain that person. It is in the best interest of our children to have continuity of progress. The bylaws say when we appoint, they can't be these categories. But if they become something else in the middle to disrupt the process, to disrupt the progress, to disrupt the direction that we're going, to be successful is if that person is willing and able to continue doing the hard work and the good work that they're doing, again, at the pleasure of the board member. The board member has that discretion, but it should not be codified to say that they will be removed.
That seems to give a lot of importance to one single person, and this is a group effort
Yeah.
at SHAC level,
Well,
all these
not-
different components
not
coming
only-
together. So we're not going to die if one person everything's not going to shut down if one person is removed because they're no longer eligible, if they're ineligible.
But
So
it's-
I think that puts a lot of carrots in the
What if they're
basket.
not a good worker? Right,
Well,
we're
and
assuming and we're
that's-
prayerful that they are good workers, but not everybody is going to be.
And that's covered by,
a good
at the
worker.
pleasure of the trustee.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
maybe I
covered.
don't know that they're not a good worker. I didn't find out until what was his name, Randy? We're standing here that my person never showed up. Now, obviously, I wasn't in the seat, but Terry didn't know that, right,
Well,
in
and
advance.
that's something
So-
that we're provided every month on who shows up for the SHAC meetings and.
And so my point is this, in trying to protect your person, I don't really know, I'm sure your
Well,
person is
no,
lovely.
and I'm not trying to
We're
protect the
setting
person.
ourselves
I'm
up
saying
so that person does not get released.
No, I'm saying that we're protecting the progress and the direct goals. We are
But are we
impacting-
really?
But we are. We're
Are we really?
impacting-
Because they spent all that, the subcommittee spent all that time, like 5,000 hours, 48 meetings. They made a recommendation. It went to the main SHAC. The main SHAC, and I watched the video, there was a signal and all that. They voted it down, and then they came and presented it to us, and then we didn't even take action on it. So, are we really?
Well,
do you know what I'm saying?
and-
Like, when
and-
you,
and
like,
I
let's walk it
underst-
through.
I understand what you're saying, but by restricting that and setting that, we're not giving ourselves the opportunity to say that this is directly impacting our progress by restricting us to require somebody new to come in. So yes, we have many little, we have many volunteers, and all volunteers contribute what they're able. Some volunteers contribute significantly more than others, and you don't want to lose your key people. So if that key person is contributing significantly more than others and that person's status changes, that could be detrimental. We don't want to log in that rigidity of having that decision made without considering the
But I think that's why
extenuating
it's a group,
circumstances.
right? I think that's why it's a group. That's why there's 7 of us. If I'd
Well,
caught
if
my
we-
flight
if we
tonight,
lock-
it would have been 6 of you guys to do the work.
If
And
we
I would like to
lock
say that
in-
I am working really, really hard, right? But I won't
If we
stop the
lock in the
show.
rule, then there isn't a consensus and a vote.
That's no
It's
different than
just-
our
Ladies,
rules.
there are rules. There are rules in any organization. If I pack up tomorrow and move to Comel, I don't care how good or bad or mediocre I am, I don't get to serve on this board. If the PTA president packs up and moves somewhere else, just over the road, and she was fantastic, she was the best PTA president we ever had, she ain't gonna get to stay and be the PTA president. We have to have some rules to protect, also to protect the parents in this community that might want to serve on that committee.
Well, and there's a lot of might want to serve, might want to protect, might move out of the district, if they're moving out of the district, I'm not arguing that they should be consistent. But if their circumstances are extenuating and it's somebody who's volunteering their time and effort and doing a significant amount of good, we shouldn't have a straight rule that says you're gone if something happens.
They're compelled to remove their child from the district. That doesn't happen lightly, I wouldn't
Well-
imagine. I've never had to remove my children from the district, but if I had, I might have a little bit of angst about, or, yeah, I might be a little grumpy with the district. So I may or may
Well,
not be,
and every
but I'm going to come to the
situation
board
is-
and I'm going to be objective? Or am I just there because I have an agenda or I want to continue with the purpose? I'm not really sure that that's, I think that's where that safety, as I mentioned before, aspect comes into it. If you pull your kid out of the district, you weren't happy with the district. So
Not
why would you
necessarily.
then, and you're right, I'm not going to say, talk for everyone, but my assumption would be that you had a problem with the district and you weren't being, your needs weren't being met by the district, so you pulled your kid out, because that's not an easy task, and then to have them start all over somewhere else. So I don't know that you then bring that sort of community value or that work ethic with the same spirit that you might have before to the SHAC. And
And that should
like
be
I
at the
said, one person
discretion
is
of
not,
the trustee.
one person is not, people are replaceable.
I happen to look at people a little bit differently, and that's why my people have worked for me for 30 years, okay? Frankly, I think we're all getting a little crabby about this, and.
I am not crap.
I am. I'm getting, because I'm looking at this whole thing, and I'm disappointed because, I look at people that not as commodities, not as being replaceable, not as, I look at people who have kind hearts, who are willing to put forth the effort and are willing to, come and serve as jewels beyond price. And it's very hurtful right now to hear that people are replaceable, because they're not. And in the particular case that she's talking about, they were working on textbooks, and to get somebody up to speed in that particular case, they had already done, so many hundreds of hours on those textbooks to get, to yank him out and then plop somebody down in there would have been disruptive, counterproductive, and we probably would have not made our deadline. So, it's very glib, to make very flippant comments, well, they're replaceable. No, people are not replaceable.
And our volunteers should be
And our
respected as-
volunteers are not just people that are disposable. And good volunteers are not disposable. So I just really hope you guys think about that and think if you were in their shoes and how hurtful that would be to know that you've had the best interests of our district at heart, and yet you're being tossed away like garbage. I want you to think about that. How would you feel? So,
I think most people would not work for an organization if they knew that the leadership thought they were expendable.
because,
But
no,
I-
they're
I
not.
think
No,
you're
they're
putting
not.
words in my
Yeah.
mouth.
No, they're
I
not.
don't think people are
No, they're not.
disposable and expendable.
Hey,
I don't. But I also think we have to have boundaries and rules, and we have to follow
I
them.
think I agree, we should have boundaries and rules. Maybe, put it in there that, like for this case over here, that they can serve through the rest of their term, if they so desire, and they're still living in the district, they can serve out their term, and then they're not renewed at the next, for the next year. But in order for that continuity of work, to continue going. But just to, greet somebody at the door and say, you're not welcome here anymore, I think without consulting with anybody, especially with the,
Would you say the same thing if they left now, or they left in October? I mean, would it be, if we set a time limit on it, like if they
Well,
left
and
in the
our
last?
bylaws say that you cannot appoint somebody, so at the end of each year, that person is not eligible to be renewed if they don't meet the criteria. But to remove them mid-year with the amount of workload, they may or may not be. And they may not be doing, that should be discretion at the trustees level. It should not be something that we codify and designate so that everybody can say, well, they didn't meet this and we've got to kick them out. That should be at the trustees level. We should have enough respect for each other to understand that we're making the decisions based on the best interest of the district, that we're making the decisions based on the information that we have available, and then we're also not trying to create all kinds of problems for the district and for the teachers and all the administrators that rely on this group to help make these recommendations. And so they're volunteers, you know, but an employee may be expendable. Granted, you have to make some tough choices when you have employees, but volunteers should not be considered expendable because they're few and far between, and if they're putting in all of their work and effort to better and improve the curriculum and support the district, the trustees should have the ultimate say mid-year. At the end of the year, beginning of the year, fine. We have our guidance, we have our guidelines. If they move out of the district, if they go to France because they won the lottery, you know, that's a different circumstance. That should be something that the trustee says, you know what, they moved to France, I'm going to find a replacement for them. But if it's something like mom moved, got custody of the kids in another district, lives 3 streets away, dad's still serving on the committee and doing a lot of work and was even offered a job by somebody on our staff, maybe jokingly and jest, but did put a lot of effort in. It shouldn't be a rule that we just say, well, they got to move because their kid got moved down the street. We should have that discernment, that ability for the trustee to do what we're trusted to do and make that call and not codify something that says, you know, life happens, things happen, and now we're just going to go without the extra hands because it says right here in black and white, and we're boxing ourselves in. And again, and I'm going to say this again, our volunteers are precious. Our volunteers should be considered non-expendable. We don't pay them a dime, and some of them worked, how many hours did you say, 5,000? Without a dime. So how can we be so constrictive and sit up here high and mighty, and sorry, I don't usually get like this, but sitting up here high and mighty making these decisions without having the discernment to make individual decisions on a case-by-case basis to protect the future of our district, to protect our children, to protect the goal, and protect our community who wants to come in and help. How can we sit here and say, well, we're just going to make this a rule, and they're expendable, everybody's expendable?
So I have to go on the record as saying, I value volunteers. I don't think they're expendable, and I'm not feeling high and mighty right now. I'm thinking about this deeply, but I also want,
Same.
I think we're having a lot of conversation about one incident, and I hate to make
But
a
our world is filled
ruling.
with one.
It is.
And
There
that's
are
why.
extenuating circumstances. There are.
And that's why
And I
we
would want to
shouldn't-
help this person in any way I can. But I also think this is a policy and procedure. We should just burn it and not have anything if we're not. The whole
Well,
point of this is to
and
make.
the whole point of being a trustee is having the ability to have those individuals to serve at your pleasure and to make those decisions that are critical and identify situations without having a restrictive, and it's not just one circumstance, this could happen to anybody.
It could happen, but the whole point of bylaws, by nature, by definition, is its rules and policies.
And it's not in there today,
But it is.
but it's not.
This isn't what we approved
So-
in August of 2023.
No, it's highlighted, and so it says that the Board of Trustees will be notified of the change in status, and the replacements will be appointed in accordance with BDF local, which currently says that the appointments done at the beginning of the year have to meet the criteria. There's nothing that says within the policy that we have to replace them mid-year. And the restriction on replacing them mid-year is my concern, because if we're truly working towards a common goal of progressing and helping our district and with our kids in mind, cutting somebody off in the middle of the year when work's being done because we want to add a rule that says we have to, is non-productive. It's detrimental to the work that's being done, or it could be. It may not be. It may not be. We may have somebody who never showed up, and then their circumstances changed, and they missed the 3, and we're removing them anyway. But it could be, and for it to be codified to where it's required is my concern, because we have had that situation, and it would have been a very impactful decision had we had to make that decision. And we need to have that flexibility.
But I think on the flip side of that, we have situations where on the other side of that is that if a person stays, it can also create some sort of chaos
And again,
and
that's
not-
the trustee's responsibility to, if that is happening, to make that decision and make a change. And we have to trust each other to make those changes when necessary, but not be forced to make changes when they're beneficial.
And the thing is, I think each of us are intelligent enough if we know that we have somebody, sitting in that SHAC committee that's causing major problems and, drama and slowing the process down. I think each of us would be able to say, okay, you're no longer required to be here if we saw that it was going that direction. I know I would have no problems doing that if somebody was messing with our
flexibility.
And we should absolutely have that flexibility. I think we're boxing ourselves in. I think there's on things, and I think we need to stop. It's just, it's not a good look, number one. And number two, we're missing out on people, quality people who are willing to serve our district and serve in our district. And as Ms. Landry said, these volunteers are fewer. I mean, I was looking at the SHAC list, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And fewer people are signing up to, you practically have to arm twist them into doing it.
Well, I think that was because of the environment that was created
Exactly,
within the SHAC,
and
that
that's
people
what we're
don't
trying
wanna
to clean
volunteer.
up. That's exactly what we're trying to clean up right now,
Well-
and putting people in a box and telling them that they have to meet X, Y, Z, and if you go out of that parameter, you're no longer going to be able to serve, because we really don't value you. I think that needs to stop too, and I think that we've done a lot of things, the same way year after year after year, and look where we are. And I think we need to look outside that box and start valuing people for what they bring to the table, not because they just hit these particular parameters or these particular check boxes. I think that's counterproductive.
Yeah, on the flip side, I think we need to have some guidelines in place, though, to address that. I think, as Ms. Chigi said, we could just throw it out and say it's all at the pleasure of the board if we wanted to. I know that's a very extreme way to present that, but I feel pretty strongly that we need to have something in place that allows for change in status to be such that
And
either
we
those people
do
qualify or
have
don't
something
qualify.
that allows but it doesn't require. And that's my argument, is that as a trustee, we're trusted in this position to make these decisions. And, we have our individual single-member district. And as you
Sure.
mentioned earlier, I don't question your appointees and you don't question my appointees. At the beginning of the appointment, we have very specific criteria. But to make that change and to require that change midterm is potentially detrimental and not accomplishing the goal that we have set forward as a district.
Well, and again, I'll offer that, I think, by, and I want to be careful because we're talking a lot about one specific incident, and I would offer that some of that created chaos and sort of disrupted a little bit of the process as well. And so I think looking forward that, I feel strongly, if I have somebody that does not meet the requirements of this, then that's incumbent upon me as a trustee to go find somebody, either look at the applications that we've had provided to us, or go out and, through Ms. Turner, go through the principals and find other people that are qualified and sit down and talk to them and bring them on board. Then that's incumbent upon us to make that happen. But that's my piece with that. We, in looking at this in the bylaws, and I know we're talking about section 3 right now, but we get into the discussion about community members and whatnot. Actually, none of that is currently in. There's been a recommendation to make some changes or add some language, but right now, a lot of that just falls to the local policy and is not necessarily prescribed in this particular document. So then we get into the discussion of, if we want to be prescriptive, does that reside here, or do we kick it back to the local policy that we've now said is going to come back to us at a later date? So lost my train of thought, sorry. So anyway, I think we need to keep the guardrails in that we have, and do what we need to do then to fill those positions whenever those positions become vacant or miss meetings or whatever it might be. So that's my 2 cents.
So how do we move forward? Should we go item by item and vote, or?
We can?
Or does anybody else have a suggestion? I think we need to move forward.
I'd like to make a motion.
I agree. Ms. Shelton?
For Article 4, membership, I would like to make a motion that we approve the article as written with the following exceptions. Under Section B, it will state, the Board of Trustees may also appoint person, open paren, S, a person, open paren, S, close paren, from each of the following groups as outlined in Texas Education Code 28.004D and BDF local. Under Section A, parents, so I apologize, those are in the reverse order. Section A, parents, legal guardians must have a child enrolled in the district, reside in the single-member district, SMD, they are representing, and not be an employee receiving benefits from the district. Under Section 2, it would read, term of service. The term of service for an appointment shall be 2 years, beginning with the first SHAC meeting after the Board of Trustees approves the membership list, period. Terms will be staggered to maintain continuity on the SHAC. All parents and community members may serve 2-year appointments, and members may serve multiple terms. Section 5, size of SHAC. The SHAC shall have no fewer than 28 members and a maximum of 40 members.
I have a motion as presented. Do I have a second? Second?
I'm sorry, I don't know if this is right. I don't understand. What's happening with section B? Did you just read that verbatim?
So section A, I'm adding
I got that part.
receiving benefits.
Yes, ma'am.
Section B, I'm taking out one or more, and I'm changing it to persons,
Oh, see, sorry.
right?
yes,
So
Okay, understood. Thank
depending
you.
on what happens there.
Okay, thank you.
In section 2, we're taking out August. We can add the fall if you want.
No, thank you, Tracy.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I've got a big discussion.
Okay.
Where did we go from 35 members to 28 members, and when was that decided? 28 to 40 members. This wasn't even, this was just kind of pronounced, but we
Miss-
didn't even discuss this.
Ms. Shelton brought it up earlier in the conversation.
I know, but this wasn't, I mean, we didn't have a discussion. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, how do you vision this? What do you envision the makeup of these people? What are you thinking, with the 28 members to 40 members? Who are we eliminating?
I don't
from
think
this?
it's eliminating anybody in that situation.
Sure it
We're
is.
just
It's
lower-
going from 35 down to 28, no matter how you know, and then from 50 to 40.
Sure.
That's an elimination. I mean, do the math. I mean, that's kind
I
of,
think some of the previous discussion was about potentially consolidating the staff members. And so it's a range that still gives some flexibility to be determined, to be defined, which I think is in the local policy.
and we would also accordingly have to remove the admins, because we would not be within the law of the 51% parents. If we remove these, we were in the law, within the law, with the 8 admin and the 50 members. So we'd have to be very, very careful about that, but this would also change the dynamic or the makeup of our, who we would put into these positions. So before we start anything on section 5, we would have to determine exactly what the composition would be for these members before we could even make that determination.
So I think when we said 28, it was when it was a brief conversation.
Yeah.
And then we went to another subject. Because we were struggling so much with the whole idea of the community.
Yeah, I know. It's just,
So,
got it.
and I'm struggling with how big the committee is. And so it was said, what if we just had parents so that we would have one parent on each? We would have 51%, we'd have all parents because we wouldn't have the community. So we'd have 4, we would each have 4 parents, 1 per subcommittee. So that would be the 28.
Well, I think before we make any, jump to anything, I think we need to, bring the SHAC forward. And I would actually like to know what each committee is responsible for. Because if you suddenly, it's like with any reduction in staff, if you have a reduction, then you have more of a burden of workload on who's left. So I'm thinking we may be shooting ourselves in the foot on this one if we suddenly say, because I know when we ask them to start looking at textbooks and they're having to read through textbooks and go line by line by line by line, and what the agonizing things they have to, hoops they have to jump through, I think we may have people just say, I can't do this. This is too burdensome. So, at least when you have the dynamic or the, what we had before, at least they were able to get in there and get it done, break it up, have each one look and however they were doing their thing. So, I think just willy-nilly just saying, oh yeah, we're just gonna drop those down, I don't think that's gonna be a good thing. I don't think that's a good decision to make, especially knowing what these people do.
I hear you. I know that what it is to study a resource, a curriculum, and I know it takes a lot of time, but we're saying we'd have 7 plus the Dr. Micah's person, so 8 or 9 people on that
You can't,
committee.
it's the dynamic changes, then you're out of, you have to have 51% parents. If you have 8 staff members that are participating,
But divide that by 4.
but you have to have a certain, it's like a certain percentage. What would be the, I've been up since 3 AM.
51% has to
51%.
be.
Parents.
The majority of your overall SHAC has to be parents of students currently enrolled in the district.
And it will
That's
more
the
than
legal
be.
requirement.
Okay, so if we reduced it effectively, don't ask me to do math right now, please. I just don't.
So 51% of 40 is 21 people.
Okay.
So 21
Saying
of the
28
people
parents.
would have to be parents.
But if we
21 people would have to be parents.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's a minimum of 21. I mean, you can have more, obviously, if you desire. I mean, that's where you all have discretion to make that decision. But yeah, as long as that 51%, the majority is parents, then that's compliant with the law.
And speaking of admin, I have never really felt comfortable with them having a vote, the admin. I think that needs to stop,
Well,
frankly.
we're-
I think it needs to be the parents and I know I'm just throwing
Yeah.
that in there, just
Yeah.
keep that in the back of your mind, because if we're going to, reduce the amount of parents, I don't think that the admin,
We're not reducing the amount of parents.
okay, or even the staff, anybody,
Think about
you know.
community members and maybe staff.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable, unless we talk directly with them and say, would you feel comfortable if we reduced the amount based upon the workload, you know, what we go through, and everything? I think they should have some say. I'm serious, because I think that we're setting ourselves up to lose a bunch of people.
We're not reducing the parents, right?
Well, it doesn't matter,
Yeah,
reducing
but
the parents
could
or
walk away
anybody.
if the workload is excessive.
It's just,
And the number of people to do the work is reduced, then I wouldn't spend all week doing it every week.
Well, and that is also in our purview as trustees to manage the workload that the SHAC takes on.
And sometimes again, from my experience, the fewer schedules to organize and tasks to be distributed was almost easier with the fewer of us on the committee, as opposed to so many, and you had to try to organize schedules and commitments and things like that. So I don't know that that's always true, that the more the merrier. And
No, it's
I think
definitely not
sometimes,
always true,
yeah.
but
That's
I think
true.
we need to be really careful about how we proceed, because it could go either way. It can be more cumbersome to get an agreement when there's more people in the room, but it also can cause a lot more workload when there's less people in the room.
I think we control that, though. I think we have to support the SHAC, and we have to create an environment that is safe. We have to create an opportunity for the people that we choose to serve. One of the opportunities in my SMD is the SHAC meets in the middle of the day. My parents work.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely, and that's a
So-
concern across the board.
So we're a new we. It's a beautiful thing at 9 o'clock. That we are a brand new we, and we have an opportunity to reframe the SHAC and give them the freedom they need to do what they need to do under some parameters and some guidelines that are supportive and helpful. So these are policies that we get to own and develop, and then we underpin with that. The way we ask them to do the work can change as well, so that it is a place that people want to volunteer. It's a place everyone wants. It's a cool place. No one wants facilities because they want to be on SHAC. Like, we can make that happen. That's up to this we. So,
Well, and I'm not sure how we control the amount of work. I know of a couple of situations and circumstances where committees were doing certain work, and the amount of work was not controlled by the board. It is 100% by the need. And so if there's a need, how do we reduce the work?
I suspect, and I don't know this, but I suspect the 48 meetings were necessary because of the volume of opinions on the committee. I do think 7 or 8, depending on if we put Dr. Bicus person on that committee and they get a vote and help with the work. I think that's a good-sized committee.
Let me ask you, because you're the expert here. You served how many years? 10?
Oh, 7, almost
7?
8.
Oh, you're an expert, okay? So on this, okay, so
No,
I
because
deem you an
SHAC
expert.
SHAC was not, when I started on SHAC, it was a different place than what it ended up as. So a lot of this is kind of strange to me because we weren't afraid to cast votes. We weren't afraid to go to the parking lot when I first started on SHAC, but your question is?
Okay, you made a point, and I want to get your opinion on this, because, let's say we reduced it down to the 28 to 40. Okay, and you were saying that it's easier for you, when they're small.
Sometimes.
Okay, sometimes. So have you ever had a case where you felt overwhelmed because you thought, gee, I wish we had more people?
No, and and I served on nutrition, and I served then on safe and healthy schools. So, Chase is a very different committee. That's a much more overwhelming, perhaps, topic than safety. That's a big one too, and nutrition. So I never felt overwhelmed. We had people who were very dedicated, and we all had our roles, and we all did our bits. But those committees were not large. They, of course, included a district member and parents and community members. We always had most of the time we had 2 community members there. But the beauty of all that was that we all brought something different. To my point again about community member, there were never parents. They were community members, and then we had district members and parents. So I think a lot of that might be specific to what committee you're on. Right, so Chase that's a monster topic,
Right.
and that's a
so
lot.
by restricting it across the board, we're boxing ourselves in again to restrict it.
But I don't
across
think
the
you're
board.
boxing. I don't know that that's necessarily true, and no one person should be the ride or die of a committee. You're all there to contribute and do your part, and that's why it worked so well before, because we were all just making a conscious effort to bring to the table what we were there for. So I don't know that removing one person because that person may or may not be qualified anymore is that detrimental to that process.
I think we're beyond that right now. I think what I'm trying to get at is, because of the massive amount of workload that we expect these people to do with the textbooks, and they go line item by line item, by line item, and, take out a lot of stuff that was inappropriate. Yeah, exactly. So I'm just concerned I think that a minimum of 35, the numbers, because you're going to have people that don't show up. You're going to have people that, gosh, I know we've all worked in teams, and you know that there's always the ones that don't do anything in the team and then just look at everybody else to, get the grades. We're always going to have that dynamic at work, everything else, that's how it works. So my concern is if we reduce it from the current membership, I think we're going to end up losing a lot of people.
Well, and we've already said reducing it would remove the community members, which I know that's.
Not necessarily.
That's a voice.
We haven't necessarily made that, so.
In order to have one person per committee, per SMD, and to reduce it and still maintain a number on staff, we would pretty much have to remove most of the community members.
No, or let's do the math, right? It's 9:30, let's play math, a math game. You could do, all of us have 4, and they could all be parents, right? That gets us beyond our 21. 21 is the magic
Right,
number at 40.
right.
That gets us to 21 people, gets us to
28,
28, right?
correct.
So we're 7 over. Let's say that we decide that Dr. Micah doesn't need all these people. We all get 5. And we can have one of our people, one of our 4 parents, one is a community member. So we're still at the magic what?
35.
We're still at 28 parents because 4 of our 5
Right.
are parents and 1 is a community member. So this number does not box us in. It frees us up. I work, and I'm getting ready to go to one of these tomorrow.
At 5:30.
At 5:20 in the morning is my flight, yes. So one of the things we talk about is having a 2-pizza team. You should never have a team that is so big that you can't feed them with 2 pizzas. Because you can't get anything done. Unless it's Theo and William. Because you can't get anything done.
Right.
But a team of a committee of 7, if 2 people are absent, you've got 5 that are able to get in and do that work. A committee of 10, look how long we've talked about 3, right? And we're just 7.
And we're just 7.
We're just 7. So I understand that sometimes more can be helpful, but generally it's not.
Well, and there is a
And
law
if
of
they're reading
diminishing
books,
returns. But
there is the law
but-
of diminishing returns. Ooh, let's talk economics good. But, and everyone's saying the overwhelming amount of work, and I can't speak to that. And
Well, and that's why I don't think we should make a
appreciate-
decision
I
on
appreciate our
numbers.
volunteers. I appreciate the work that people put in, because I recognize that every time you say yes to one thing, you're saying no to something else, right? And our volunteers are doing that for us. I think we say yes to our volunteers by not overwhelming them with the sheer amount of bodies in a room that are all trying to make a decision. They're
And-
all fighting over the 2 pizzas.
And I agree. However, I think that we're limited in our knowledge of what that really looks like and what that takes. And for somebody who's there and doing the work, I think this wasn't a recommendation that was brought to us by the committee.
Absolutely. But we've also made notes earlier that weren't brought to us by the committee.
No,
So
absolutely.
we've made changes that haven't.
Absolutely.
And our resident expert here has said that having fewer people has not been problematic. This is
Except for one of the committees that is overwhelming.
And I would offer that this, like a business plan, is a living, breathing document. Let's just try it and see what happens. The other thing is, if there's committees, if Ms. Cox's committee, they get their 1 meeting, they're checked their box, they're done, let them come over and read some books in the other committee.
I agree with
Right?
that.
It's all on the SHAC. So there's 28 of us. Me and Ms. Landry are done. We're going to go help Ms. Thompson and Ms. Chidgey. We're a team.
And what
One
prevented
team.
that from happening? I heard that wasn't allowed to happen this past.
Oh, I am not aware of that at all.
That there were committees that were complete with their work and they didn't get to go over to the other committees to
Did not hear.
support.
I did not hear that.
Okay.
Not aware of
Before
that.
we just brush over something you just said, I still think we need staff members. I don't want to get down
No,
to.
I didn't say we didn't
I
have
don't wanna
any staff
take
member.
all of
I just
Dr.
didn't give him
Micah's-
8, right? If we have 40 people
That
and
would
you and I
bring
have
5.
35, the 7 of us get 35, that means 5 staff. And I'm not saying that's the way it
I
has
mean,
to go.
I think
I'm
we have to
just-
have a nurse and
there's-
a counselor. And a-
Nurse,
I mean,
counselor,
And
PE,
there's flexibility
nutrition,
in that.
And
safety.
I think we
right?
are trying to make a decision without all of the valuable pieces of information that we need just to make these changes. And I think we need to think about it, have some more input, have some more value, and not rush into dropping our numbers because, and I get it, it's easier to make a decision when you've got 4 people than when you've got 7.
You're going to have 7 people. What, do you want me to leave?
So,
What time is your flight? No, I'm just saying that I think that this is a decision and there's so many variables to it that we shouldn't make this decision tonight. It shouldn't
So
be.
who would help us make the
Well-
decision? Would someone come in from the chairperson from SHAC or the co-chair or the
I don't know,
secretary?
what's,
Or who would be?
Who would be the
provide that?
best person to help guide us on these numbers?
So hang on.
Well, it certainly wouldn't be me because I was not in those meetings. I mean, we certainly can reach out to somebody who was part of the executive committee in the past. So whether it's a chair or vice chair or
Or
maybe
maybe the
a
whole
committee,
executive committee?
maybe.
That
might-
served on the Chase part, because I
Well,
think
if we
that's
get
the
And
one.
all of
whole-
them.
If we get the whole executive committee,
Like the chairs of each
there's
subcommittee
one of each.
to include. We could try
Yeah.
that if that's what you all would like.
So we currently have a motion and a second on the table for the changes recommended by Ms. Shelton.
Friendly amendment to
she could, or she-
modify the. I'm gonna meet you in the park.
All right. So, Ms. Shelton, are you entertaining an amendment, or are we gonna, can we go ahead and vote?
Okay. So we're moving section 5, period, from my,
From your recommendation. for
Yes,
now,
okay.
For the motion.
yes,
today.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so, and I will second your amendment since I seconded the first one.
Okay, can I ask, okay, because I've been up since 3 a.m., so I'm kind of like getting really blammy. Can I ask, are we, what sections are we trying to, are we just going with the original?
No, so the motion was to accept with exceptions to A, that says not be an employee of the district receiving benefits. B, remove one or more and put the S on persons in parentheses. Section 2, remove in August. And also change the word will to may, where it says serve 2-year appointments. Section 3, no changes, right? There was
That
no
would be change
changes?
facilitator to administrative liaison.
Oh,
Okay,
right,
to
we already
admin,
approved that.
Okay,
And then that was all the changes for this article.
Correct.
okay.
So I have
What happened to the discussion regarding community members and I think it was, and removal of a member in their change in status?
That wasn't part
In
of the motion.
section 3.
those are not part of the motion.
Okay.
So that means those
And-
discussions go away, or?
Well, BDF local has also that language. Or has language related to that, because this is actually, it refers to BDF local. So we have to have that discussion at that time,
Right. Oh, fair
because
enough.
it's not necessarily in this. So there's another opportunity to have that discussion.
Because it's in. it
BDF
cites-
local.
Got, oh,
Yeah. So I have a motion and a second, and an amended motion and an amended second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay, oh, sorry, no, I'm blammy, no, aye,
Okay.
sorry.
Motion passes 7-0.
I nay my nay.
So we have Articles 5, 6, 7, and 8. Article 9 effectively got moved to Article 3. Yes. So Article 9 is sort of void. These other articles, officers, does anybody have any Article 5?
Do, sorry.
That's fine.
I think if we're going to follow Robert's Rules of Order, we need a parliamentarian.
So I think that is a recommendation
For the secretary.
somewhere. I saw that written somewhere.
The secretary position was recommended to be someone who is a parliamentarian, I believe, is what I read.
Does the secretary have to take notes?
Yes.
I think that's a lot for one person to take notes and be a parliamentarian also. I think we
Agreed.
need a position.
I think they need to be separate.
I think that they need to be separate, but my thought is, in Robert's rules, that I thought of this, is that a parliamentarian doesn't have a vote.
Oh.
So how would we have that person and have them be present in the room? But
Would that person be an administrative person?
could the staff liaison, is that what we're saying, staff liaison? Administrative liaison, could that person serve as the parliamentarian?
Dr. Micah, do you think they could?
What about a sergeant at arms? I don't like putting the, well,
I-
maybe Dr. Michael will have an
It-
opinion.
again,
Right.
I'll just say that it's your board, so if that's what you designate them to do, or it's your committee, if that's what you designate them to do, then they can do that. It's fine.
But
I
they
mean,
would have to have that skill set.
all you're asking is to make sure that things are run the right way. Again, I think for my piece, and why I mentioned it earlier, is if what they're doing is just maintaining decorum and order and making sure that Robert's Rules of Orders are being followed in the meeting, that's fine. I just don't want it to be construed then that they are somehow, again, to mediate between parties on differing points of view. That is not their role at that point. That is up to that chair and co-chair or vice chair or whatever it is to make that decision. But to maintain decorum, that's fine. I'm sure we can take that on.
I don't want to put that person in an awkward position either. But I don't know. I think this and this.
If you want the secretary to do it, taking notes is a cumbersome responsibility. I mean, we could ask a different member.
And Ms. Chidgey, let me just say, I think what you all need to remember with the secretary piece is all of this is recorded. So if by chance they've missed something, they can always watch the video. It's like this evening, tomorrow, Ms. Lucier will start watching the video and taking the minutes of this meeting, right? And then she'll just play it back as many times as she needs to. So there's always that piece. I'm not sure that needs to be the concern.
Yeah.
Since it is recorded.
And as Ms. Shelton mentioned earlier, that we have to come back and revisit, we come back and revisit. But if we have, for sake of just trying to keep somebody that's a voting member and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, that it might be
Okay.
in the best interest
Disregard.
to do that. No, that's fine.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Shelton?
Article 5, officers. I would like to approve the changes recommended by the SHAC committee with the following exceptions. Line 3, starting at each, we'll replace will with may. Each may serve a 2-year term. Section C, under responsibilities of the secretary, strike serve as parliamentarian and replace with ensure committee follows Robert's Rules of Order and assist the SHAC chair, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Chidgey. Any discussion or clarification? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Article 6, Executive Committee. Any questions or comments or motions?
I would like to make a motion to approve Article 6 as presented with the approved recommendations.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Thank you, Ms. Gigi. All those in, any discussion?
Yeah, would it benefit to add a D and list out the responsibility of the parliamentarian?
We voted on that one.
This is set under officers, section 2? Okay, sorry again, it's late.
It's all right.
I retract.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Article 7, standing committees, or committees, with the suggestion of the standing committee. Any discussion, comments about the recommendations?
I would like,
Actually, I'm sorry. Ask my question afterwards.
I would like to make a motion to approve the recommended changes to Article 7 as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Gigi. Any discussions, questions, Ms. Shelton?
Just, are these the only 4, and maybe Mr. Jimenez, these are the only 4 committees subcommittees they can have, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Article 8, facilitator, which we will now change to administrative liaison. So anyway, any other questions or motions at this time?
I will make a motion to approve the submitted changes for Article 8 with the exception of changing facilitator to administrative liaison.
Thank you, Ms. Landry.
You go.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Any other discussion or questions about that section?
Mr. Byer, if I may.
Yes.
We may have to change Director of Physical Education because we don't have a director, so that may be a different position.
What do we need to change that to?
Right now, we were thinking the program specialist for PE Health.
Is there something you want?
Could we do broader language?
Do we need to make it more general?
Yeah, it's my recommendation, that's what I just asked Mr. Lopez. I think we need to come up with more or broader language so that we're not bringing back to you all and asking you to change a bylaw because a title has changed.
Could it be the superintendent's designee?
That's what I was going to suggest, is that the superintendent or designee can decide that. So that's the easiest way. Superintendent designates. Right. Yeah.
Mrs.
I will
Landry, would you
amend
accept
my
that?
motion to include the language that the superintendent's designee shall serve as administrative liaison for the SHAC. Responsibilities of the facilitator shall include da-da-da.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, you second?
Second.
All right. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
But it's about, if a language is somewhere in one place, will it be carried through to another place? For instance,
Should be,
it should be
yes.
consistent, right? Like, for instance, under, where are we? Article 7, where it talks about, it mentions F mentions may vote. Is it a good idea to continue that language from the previous mention of vote with the numbered anonymous paper ballot? Or randomized?
I think that's implied.
Okay.
It carries through,
All
so,
right.
because we've already established that that's how
Okay, all right,
the
fair.
vote can,
Okay.
that would be my perception.
Yep. All right, I have a motion from Ms. Landry, a second from Ms. Thompson on changes to Article 8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no, nay. Motion passes 7-0. And Article 9, I guess we don't, it got moved. And so I have a motion to delete Article 9.
I move to delete Article 9.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Chigi. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Motion passes 7-0. And the date will get updated, I guess, once we get all the changes incorporated for today's date, or this month's date. Before
But there
we-
may be more changes made if.
I'm
we-
sorry?
So if we have a further discussion with BDF local, then there may be additional changes made to
We will
these?
have, if, we would have to make the changes, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So will you review our homework?
Your homework is to send BDF local changes to Ms. Turner. And then, what was the second one? Sorry.
Article 3, Section
Article,
34, 5.
that's right. Article 3 meetings, sections 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
3, 4, 5, 6, 2 through 8.
2 through 8, send your
Article 3?
Article
Three
3
through-
meetings.
3 through 8, right? We voted on 2?
There's a new recommended 2.
Oh, okay.
So 2 through 8.
2
2
through 8 on
Article
Article
3.
3.
Okay.
Okay.
And then
And that was it.
Section 4, we don't do anything with that. Rudy's gonna, or what's gonna happen there? Section 4 on Article 4. No,
Section 4?
Section 5, I'm sorry, on Article 4.
We
The number.
removed the,
The numbers are 35 and 50 at this point, right?
right. So we removed the
no.
recommendation to
We-
make the changes until after we get more information from the
So he
executive
has
committee.
homework, right. And then he's gonna bring it back to us for discussion?
Right.
Yep, okay.
Or wait.
That's not what I understood.
No,
The,
We'll have to read
the
that back.
amendment was modified to remove section 5 from the recommendations pending some discussion.
That's right.
And recommendations from the SHAC executive committee.
Not recommendations, but conversation.
They recommend things.
Cor-
Y'all discussed
Correct.
feedback,
Yes,
getting
getting feedback.
feedback from the executive committee about a reduction in the size of the overall SHAC.
Right.
That
So
is
that part of, that remains unchanged based on what you all voted on tonight. It remains currently unchanged.
Correct.
Whether you revisit it and change it later, that'll be a discussion for another day.
so everybody clear as mud? So before we move on to the next item, we have one person to speak.
Oh, that's right.
Mr. Osborne. Mr. Osborne, it's your turn to speak.
Have y'all covered everything that's on the,
We have
think
covered,
we
yes,
have.
sir.
you said before we go on to the next item?
Well, the next item is adjournment, so.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Mike Osborne, I'm a taxpayer. I had girls that went to the district and grandkids. I like your sweet voices, people. I won't say ladies, people. Get in trouble. But the sound system's like a Catholic church, horrendous. Talk to Pastor John Hagee or the people at CBC. And Mrs. Chidry said that she can't hear on YouTube. Well, that's the IT department and not SHAC. And there shouldn't be any mumbling. That's not public. I commend your polite and considered discussions, but I was disturbed when I heard two people say, forget about history. Ms. Villarreal referenced points to be considered, but nowhere are those points or in the case of the BFD, whatever that is, and SHAC proposals posted so that the public has transparency into what they might comment on at the meetings. You could have hyperlinks on your postings. Items discussed were not projected on the screen behind you for the public, especially the deaf, to see. The president asked if I wanted to talk before or after I knew what was going to be considered. Running afoul of the law, that was mentioned. The posted legal required meeting notice stated the public portion would not start prior to 6:15. Board policy says starting at 5:30, we have 45 minutes to sign in to speak. This notice was posted physically in the lobby and then on January the 20th and posted on your website. You had a SHAC presentation scheduled that I missed because the meeting started early. Yet your legal rep said it didn't matter. SHACs are not making decisions. They're making recommendations. You don't seem to understand that grandparents and businesses, every taxpayer has a vested interest in education. 16,000 people left. 16,000 students left. Is every board member a parent? That has children in the district? No. They bring a varied perspective. If someone has school-aged children and they took them out because they were bullied by classmates, staff, or NEPD, they still have a vested interest and an important perspective. Again, 16,000 and counting. When are you going to turn this ship around? This has to do with values. When a board president said you can go to another school if you don't like being bullied where you're
That's
at.
your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 4, adjournment, and the time is 9:54. Thank you, everybody, for being here.